rehearsal thing or nothing like that.
Y'all brothers could, you know, one of y'all two brothers don't want to. Thought you go ahead and start. I'm just on the spirit. Is it rolling?
All right, so one, for the Hebrew Israelites, we come out here week in and week out to prophesy the downfall of Babylon and to wake up the elect of our people, which are Judah, Benjamin, Levi, Simeon, Zebulun, Ephraim, Manasseh, Gad, Reuben, Naphtali, Asher, and Issachar. All right. We also want to give all praises, honor, and glory to
Yahweh, by Hashem, Yahweh, by Hashem, God.
and double honor to the apostles and the elders, great millstone. Right, going into scoffers. Right, recently having a bunch of scoffers going on the elders comment board and all over. Right, the apostles, the elders, and all every brother out there.
Scoffers walking into their own life.
Perilous time there.
Right. These times like this, scoffers are going to start raising up. You're going to have, brothers coming in and brothers going out. It's a balance.
You got it. This is second law. You hold the umbrella. Yeah. While brothers get the scripture. This is 2 Timothy 3:1. It says, "This know also that in the last days perilous times shall come." Somebody look up the word perilous.
Right, so in those last days, perilous times shall come.
Which I believe goes to dangerous.
That's a good example because right up there where we pushed that, another Jake got killed. It's going to be dangerous times.
Yeah, because there's a lot of other Israelite carnal groups, and they're getting in fights and the carnal. We don't want to associate ourselves with them. Somebody hold Proverbs 4:14 as well. So go ahead and look that up.
Perilous right here. Proverbs 4:14.
Yeah.
Perilous says full of glory will be perilous. And it says exposure to risk of being injured, destroyed, or lost.
Right. Read that again.
It says full of or involving peril. And then it says exposure to the risk of being injured.
Right. This is why you got to be vigilant. That's what this whole video is going into. What's vigilant, we ain't got to look up. We know what it means to be watchful. Go ahead.
Destroy.
What's peril is dangerous.
Yep. It says destroy or lost. Dangerous.
Yep.
Risk.
Pretty much it.
Yep. Pretty much it.
Now we might bring that back out again throughout the lesson. Who knows? We're at risk of losing everything. Our life. Yeah. The job, your home, everything, man. All for the name of Yahweh. Okay. This is our Proverbs 4:14. Enter not into the path of the wicked, and go not in the way of evil men.
Right. Enter not into the path of wicked. Right. Do not go in the way of evil men. You're supposed to avoid it. Actually,
it says, avoid it. Pass not by it.
Avoid it. Pass not by it. You're supposed to stay away from evil men. Not just evil men, but evil anything. Right. That involves always reading the Judges. That involves different statutes, different beliefs, different false doctrines. Right, different doctrines in general.
It says, turn from it and pass away, for they sleep not, except they have done mischief.
They sleep not until they have done mischief. Jake cannot sleep whatsoever. They can't. That don't really have to mean sleeping, but that can mean, resting at any point. In other words, they can, so like you can say, they cannot also be satisfied. They cannot be satisfied. They're almost equivalent to this man that runs the society.
And their sleep is taken away unless they cause something fall.
The sleep is taken away unless they cause something fall. So they cannot do shit until they kill somebody. Until they, I don't know, make you feel somewhat depressed or something, or suffer.
It says, when they eat the bread of wickedness and drink the wine of violence.
Right? They drink the wine of violence. They cannot solve a damn thing without shooting each other.
They can always be ready to blast it either way, man. You can't even have a confrontation without with someone without them wanting to try to pull a gun out or trying to swing or something. They talk things out rationally with most of these people out here. Okay? Because their mindset ain't on that, man. They always look at everybody as an enemy. Okay? Heck, they look at their own people that they grew up as enemies. The people that I grew up with, right, in my neighborhood, killing each other and shit, But last week we was just playing basketball, football with each other. Next week, oh, he done stole my drugs, so you gotta kill this nigga.
Yep.
You
say one thing about Jake, they gotta shoot you.
They gotta prove that they tough. Jake gotta wear.
Hey, what's going on, man?
Gotta wear certain clothes so that they don't, or even get shape ups and all that stuff, so that they don't get joked on. To stay ahead of the jokes. This is the mindset of Jake, and if you don't got it, they're gonna look at you like you a piece of shit.
Yep.
And we see that mindset creeping to the truth, man. That's all a part of the world. Okay? That you gotta look a certain way to be considered a man of the Lord.
What's that? On my mama, bro. Every time, that's all Jake say. When they about to shoot, kill somebody, or if they about to fight, on my mama. On my society, the society of the people is soft, weak, effeminate. There's really no manliness going around except for us. You may have some so-called men outside the street, but hey, those can be the very well points of their whole life. Because we still out here still waking up with the hopeful life. Not the hopeful life makes about everything and anything. So with this society, it's been taught to us to use our inside voice, how to treat a person or how to treat a woman compared to a man. Everything's in back. And that's what's wrong with the society. Yep.
I got this definition for scoffer, right? Someone who jeers or mocks or treats something with contempt. You look at that word contempt, or calls out in derision, right? Then it also says someone who eats food rapidly and greedily. And when you go into the scriptures, right? The scriptures created it to food. There's some scriptures on that, right? And a lot of guys, when they come into this thing, right, they just eat it. Watching all type of videos. Not really letting it settle in. You just got this mind of just wanting to just eat whatever is in front of you.
That cartoon shit, they don't let you. It gets entailed. They turn into a vacuum.
The food just start coming into your body, man.
Not knowing that those cartoons have some dark shit behind it.
Right. But that when you just eating all of the food rapidly with these scriptures, you're not allowing it to to properly digest in your mind, resonate in your spirit, you know, you're gonna vomit it up.
Eventually burn out. Upset and shit. You know, that also goes to them the jakes that come in and they overstudy, right? They over exaggerate things, then they start burning out. You know, what happened to all them scriptures that you knew? Where you at now?
Right. So it says you gotta take this gracefully, man. You know, you can't just be ready to just scoff down, you know, the things that's inside these scriptures, you know, real fast. Because you gotta know what you're getting yourself into. You know? And a lot of guys when they scoff, you know, it's certain things that you got as far as the milk of the scriptures, especially if you're a babe, you gotta some people be choking on the milk. Can't even digest the milk that's in the scriptures. You wanna just go straight to the meat, go straight to the deep part of the scriptures. You know? God.
The word, the definition of contempt, it says the act of despising, the state of mind of one who despises, lack of respect or reverence for something.
Yeah, because you didn't let it marinate. You know? What did Esau do? Right? Esau was ready to just eat the food just right there, wasn't even done. You know? And I got a lot of guys coming with that spirit of Esau on them, man. You know?
Esau still do that physically too. So they love raw meat, don't they?
Yeah, like for the meat that's inside the scriptures, right? If we are considered like chefs, we gotta thoroughly cook that meat. You gotta get that meat cooked. We don't give you no just straight up bloody meat and expect you to just digest it. You're new into this truth. You don't understand anything, and we just give you a whole piece of meat. Oh yeah, you know, rape in the scriptures. You know, that's just throwing somebody a whole bloody steak. You know, and then what? That person that ends up hearing that rape is in the scriptures, if they don't digest it properly, they could go out there and go fucking rape somebody. You know, or they can hear it, rape is in the scriptures, and not fully understand it, and scoff at what's being presented to them. You know, so you can't just feed anybody anything. Esau has that spirit of just wanting it and wanting it right now. He don't care whether it's done or whatsoever. Just give me that food, you know, and I'll eat it. Okay, and that's a lot of people that come into this truth. This is nutrition right here. Okay, this is the best meal that you're going to ever get. That's why a lot of people, when they come up here from the church and they hear what we say, and they'll you get a whole meal that you never got at church. You know, you walk away with a whole deeper understanding than you ever had before.
Yeah, you know, you won't get the cup of the juice box they be selling you. Literally, dude. They be literally selling that. You actually get the full, get the taste that the flavor actually is. In this truth. The truth has a whole nother meaning. So that's what the word truth is to have the answer for. So when you have the answer and other people don't, well, it's a different flavor. It's not to be in a constant competitive way, but this truth can be competitive, believe it or not. But it's in a competitive. It's because we out here to teach the 100% truth and to come against Esau or anybody else that, I'm sorry, come against Esau, piece of contract. Because you cannot be out here to lie to people. That's our job, is to teach the truth. We ain't out here to lie to people.
They get paid from all of it. Lies.
Just like t-shirts. You get Micah 3:11.
I got this right, man. Isaiah 55:1. It says, "Ho, everyone that thirsteth, come ye to the waters." Right? It says, "And he that has no money, come ye buy and eat." Yeah, come buy wine and milk without money and without price. It says, "Wherefore do you spend money for that which is not bread?"
Right. So that's pretty much talking about when it comes to this truth. We don't require money. We don't got no damn collection plate or RC calling it collection plate, right? And that also reminds me of a story. I guess they were giving out donations of some sort. It's in the scripture somewhere. Woman had about two mites. That's a low amount of money. But everybody else, they was donating, shekels of silver and gold and all kinds of riches. But he chose her. Why? Because she gave all that he had.
It says, and you labor for that which satisfies not. Hearken diligently unto me. It says, eat that which is good. Right?
Right.
So you gotta when this meal that we prepare through the spirit, if we accept, you gotta cook the meat, give you this food properly. You can't just be like Esau and just be ready to just scoff it all down just because you're hungry, man. You thirsty, you want to learn all the parts of the scriptures.
We had somebody like that. He said, I want to know it all.
Yeah, but that's why a lot of those guys fall out, man. They were never really with us. A lot of people come in for, and we don't glorify in there. I mean, we glorify that the wickedness is taken from us, but the Lord can do that to any one of us. But a lot of guys come in for the sake of fame, some clout. Maybe they wasn't shit in high school, and they found a brethren to gather around and get themselves a name. A lot of you jakes just want names.
And that's what this is not about.
The name is Yahweh Bashim Yahweh, man.
I got a scripture from the comment board. Shalom to everybody, tuning in, who's, sincerely.
I just left.
I saw it. Yep. Shalom. So this is from Kazakh. All right. James chapter 1, verse 22. But be ye doers of the word and not hearers only, deceiving your own selves. So by coming into this thing, doing what you just now said, right? Or what you just now said, not in sincerity, you're not hearing either. All right.
Yeah, and the reason why that was said, because you had Paul who was dealing with situations when he said the law's not going to save you, right? It's more than the law. Then they just said, well, we ain't got to keep the law. That's why he said, shall we then void the law? He said, nay, we establish the law. It's a balance. You had Jakes that didn't want to follow the law, and you had over-righteous Jakes that followed the law, but didn't do what the law said to do. Right. That's what Yahushua was getting on the wicked Pharisees in Matthew 23.
He said, woe unto you scribes and Pharisees.
Right. When it comes down to someone that's new, you don't expect them to come fully equipped, man. Okay? We don't just, oh, you new, you got your hair, you got your beard, you got a garment on. Come on, join up with us and push this word. You got to figure out whether this guy is an agent and stuff, man. You got to properly, what they say, vet this guy, man. You don't just trust everybody just out there. That's the same thing with the scoffers, man. Yeah, you got agents that come in, they'll put a stick on beard, Yeah, I was gonna say with somebody that don't know it, right? That don't know the truth fully, right? They don't know why they gotta keep a beard. You gotta explain it to them, and they gotta grow into this thing. When Paul, was saying certain things to the guys that didn't know it, they thought he was trying to teach the unclean people. Teaching the Greeks. Why are you teaching these people? They not saying that they Israelites. It's a grace and mercy period, man.
Yeah, get that in John 7:35. I guess the brother was looking at something else.
I got it.
No, finish up what you looking at.
John 7:45?
35, I think. It's either 35 or 38.
John 7:35. Oh, yep. John 7:35. This said the Jews among themselves, whither will he go, that we shall not find him? Will he go unto the dispersed among the Gentiles and teach the Gentiles?
That was you can go into that because that's what you were just bringing up.
Yeah. So that's what Yahweh Shah was saying, that the verse up, he said that they was going to try to seek him, but they wouldn't be able to find him. And it was like, where we gonna be able to find this man? And he Yahweh Shah was just came on the scene for Israel. Okay, Israel, through the history, if you know the history in the scriptures, our people went into slavery, we went into captivity, okay, and followed different customs. Okay, we had to reintroduce them onto the proper way through Yahweh Shah on how to conduct themselves as Israelites. Okay, so when it comes down to someone that don't know this truth, you're not going to just get on them because they don't have a beard, or because they got dreads and stuff like that. It takes time, man.
Yeah, remember the one guy who used to be in the camp, and the guy used to come up with the dreads, and he used to always talk about, why you didn't cut your hair, man? But now look at him. He's not there no more. Right. You got to have long suffering and patience. And remember, like when you get a woman, you don't expect to get a fresh woman and have her all set up and doing the right thing in the first month you meet her and shit.
Right.
Shit take time, man.
Take years.
Take years, man. There's a lot of things that you brothers and sisters know, even on the comment board or whoever, that you'll read the scriptures and you say, yeah, Deuteronomy 28, that's us. It fits us. But then you've never lived it. And then what happens, you just remember some things and now you're angry. But then when it happens while you're in the truth, then that's when you have way more understanding, man. That's when you have way more understanding. It says, in the last day, that great day of the feast, right? This is the feast right now where, what the proper understanding that's been put out there. We're fitting people onto the marriage, right? Don't the marriage have food and drink and all that? When you go to a wedding, when you go to the wedding, right? You don't see that. You be like, what type of marriage is this, man? Right. You gotta catch the tears soul. Right. But that's what you gotta come equipped. That's what Yahweh, the parable of the marriage, where Yahweh said to the people that why you coming down not dressed up, right? You gotta come equipped and be in that mindset. It says Yahweh stood and cried, saying, if any man thirst, let him come unto me and drink. You can't just be thirsty and just be ready to just swallow it down, man. That'll kill you, man. You got something called overhydration, man. Yeah, hyperhydration.
Hyperhydration.
Did you get the one that's the milk and the meat? What? The system. Oh, go ahead.
I got Ecclesiastes 3:1. Into everything, like everything there is in time, and it turns to every purpose under heaven. So there's a time it takes time for it, when it comes to doing certain things. It's time. You got to edifying lessons that some brothers don't catch on very quickly. And so they actually start understanding that lesson. Then they start coming to the way, man. Okay, I understand this lesson.
You don't understand when you first come in.
Exactly. But you just out there when you first come in.
You be like the brothers.
Exactly.
And that's all it is to you.
Right.
A club.
And when you first come out, it does seem sweet. But after a while, you start seeing the things that come with it. It's not as easy as people make it out. That's why if you're not sincere, you're not gonna last.
Yeah. Like that guy, he came up here, the police guy, right? It was super hot out here.
had the biggest Gatorade
I ain't
bottle.
never seen a Gatorade bottle that damn big.
Yeah, that's the
And he
first time I
sat
seen
He
that.
had
down,
two of them.
and that shit, it said Gatorade on it. Like, it's just like,
And the thing about it, this dude could probably run a full 5 miles straight.
yeah.
He looked like he was in
Yeah.
shape for that, but he couldn't stand here for a couple hours.
Yeah, he had to sit over there in the shade.
Yeah, he sat down by this
Yep.
little tree right here.
Yep.
Said, I don't know how you guys do it. You know, he sat down on his ass. I don't know how you guys do it. And then I don't know, he had a brand or something.
He said he tied a ribbon under the old oak tree.
I got this 1 Corinthians 3:1. And our brethren did not speak unto you as unto spiritual, but as unto carnal, even as unto babes in Yahweh shop. It says, I have fed you with milk and not with meat, for hitherto you were not able to bear it, neither yet now are you able. So that's you gotta be fed with that milk when you first come in, man.
Yeah, you can get that in John 16 and 13. Somebody get that real quick.
When it comes to you know, if you're, I don't know, 1 up to 3 years old, I don't think you can eat a whole steak because first of all, you ain't got no teeth.
Right.
And then if you do, that teeth is going to be weak as hell. It's probably going to pull it out.
Oh, can I get this right, man? Yeah, man. This is 1 Peter 2:1. This goes to the Scoffers, man. Wherefore, laying aside all malice and all guile and hypocrisies and envies and all evil speakings, as newborn babes desire the sincere milk of the word, that you may grow thereby.
And the reason why Paul is going through all this is because you're dealing with a people with a lost identity. If everybody grew up in the truth, it would be different. You know what I'm saying? If everybody, we all had our heritage within the truth, it would be different. But then you still had wicked gates, but you had the law. All right, go ahead, brother.
Right. If you ain't got no teeth, right, you bite into a steak, you're going to fuck up your gums like that. Right? So when you're new in this truth, and you want to know every single scripture, right, including the super deep one, you're going to burn out.
Well, it's like a race. You know, you run I used to run track years back, but then you run, and say you got to run 4 laps. You start off sprinting, guaranteed that your ass is going to burn out.
Yeah, you're going to burn out.
I had to learn that. I had to learn that the hard way when it comes to doing the pacing tests in school. You know? Yeah, don't start off sprinting.
Yeah, you're going to burn the hell out. And that's what a lot of guys do. A lot of Jake come in, they're on super fire and shit. Like when you like dealing with your metabolism, right? That's why you're supposed to eat a little more, but small. If you take a big ass log and you throw it on a fire, it's going to heap up with flames and it's going to burn out quick. It's going to get hotter, but it's going to burn out. But if you break that same log up and just throw it in the fire piece by piece, guess what? That fire's going to burn a whole lot longer. Right. See, Jake want to be deep. You know, I see Jake coming to the truth. I see Jake coming to the truth. I'm just not saying here, but in different camps, where they come in, want a deep breakdown to the Apocrypha. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And another thing, a deep breakdowns ain't going to save you. Right. You know what I'm saying? It's a balance. And that's why the Lord was talking about the woman with the penny. You're going to have guys that know a little less and may still be the elect. Right. You're going to know all, but that get it slowly. That's going to be of the elect. Then you're going to get guys that we witness or that we know about in different camps that got all the, super breakdown in the knowledge. You know?
If someone got saved, man, and they got that person has 100% truth, man. Okay? Yep. Because that's what really matters. What it means to get delivered, man. Okay?
Jake like that, it's the same type. That probably been in that 2012 or even then they go, the war took too long. Why are we not out of here yet?
Yeah, GOCC guy.
Yeah.
Well, that's Second Peter, the third chapter.
You was holding something, right?
You know what? In school, they had this little story that everybody everybody pretty much know about.
Right.
The tortoise and the hare. You know?
I don't know.
You never heard about that? The rabbit and the turtle?
I heard that.
Yeah, that's old.
Yeah. But it's a moral in that story of the tortoise and the hare. The hare, a rabbit is much more faster than a turtle. You know, but the turtle actually won the race.
You'll see that on Bugs Bunny. You'll see that on Bugs Bunny, the Bugs Bunny and that little the coyote, and then you had a little turtle and shit in there. You know, if you watch the cartoons,
I watched it. I must have missed that.
that's all right. That's the whole point of it. Yeah.
Which is funny though, because that's actually a real, somewhat true. Tortoises are slow, but somebody reported a damn tortoise running so damn fast.
Yeah, go ahead, brother.
This is St. John 16 and
Like, you don't have to know. It's just the story.
There's a moral behind it, you know?
Go ahead.
how big when
Go to 13.
yeah, this 13.
Go to 12.
Oh, okay. This verse 12. It says, I have yet many things to say unto you, but ye cannot bear them now.
So everybody has there's a time in the season, like the brother just reading, just throwing out. Maybe not for you right now, or things that was revealed that didn't get, that's why they was all bugging out over the year 2005.
Oh yeah.
That was the wrong prophecy, but at the end of the day, Yahweh Shah doesn't even know. That was something taught in all the camps. Not just the camps, most Israelites was teaching that. Because remember, you had a whole bunch of different kind of Israelites. Some didn't, but you had some that said, hey, we're going to go over to Israel ourselves and deliver ourselves. That's how they got over there in Israel. So that was a false prophecy as well.
Yeah. That 2000 year prophecy, first off, the Lord don't go off of Esau's calendar, man. So a lot of those guys, back then that didn't understand that it's not Friday to Saturday and that the Lord, when the clock strikes 12 o'clock midnight, that he's just gonna come back. That's not what it's talking about. The Lord don't even know. The scripture say that the Lord don't even know when he's gonna return. Yahweh Shah don't know when he's gonna return. So you gotta have patience. This thing adding onto your faith, patience, which is long suffering.
This is James 5 and 7. It says, be patient, therefore, brethren, unto the coming of the Lord. Behold, the husbandman waiteth for the precious fruit of the earth, and is long patient.
You gotta
for
just grab a freaking fruit from off of a plant.
when it's not ready.
When it's not ready.
You gotta wait till it's right. It says, until he receives early and the latter rain.
Don't the scripture say, bring forth fruit, meet for repentance. So brothers are considered fruit, and when it's that time for a fruit to come into, not no fruity God, okay, let me say that. But when it's time for a new brother to come in, that time, then that's when the Lord puts the spirit on brothers to say, okay, now it's now it's time for them to cross over, man. You can't just cross over whenever you want to, and that's a lot. You always say a lot of guys they come in way too fast, and you ain't really understand what this is about.
Keyword for faith.
Go ahead.
It says, be ye also patient, establish your heart, for the coming of the Lord draweth nigh. So this scripture is saying the Lord is coming. It's just you gotta be patient about it. No matter how long it takes, you gotta be faithful unto death when it comes to the Lord.
And there's many videos on that. Maybe this helps edify some brothers, even some sisters. That may come in quick and think they're gonna be well known as a sister and all that. It takes time, and first of all, you gotta do it for the Lord.
Right.
You're doing this in sincerity, honesty. That's what it's all about. Not doing it to make a name, some reputation, and so forth and so on.
When this
society come crashing down, man, you ain't gonna if you so hasty to eat or do whatever, do wickedness, you gonna go out there and get that chip, man.
Yeah, that's not, and that's probably where we'll go into next, by the Lord's will, on the downfall of the society. You know,
Scoffers don't understand what this thing is about, so they're not going to endure, the pounds that are about to come.
and also to let brothers know, and even sisters that our sisters don't get involved like that, but just for them to know that we don't waste our time on scoffers like that, man. Really, when somebody trying to change doctrine, we defend the doctrine. As far as them being scoffers, hey man, the scripture says the blind lead the blind, they should both fall into a ditch, right?
Some of these guys that are scoffers have to get marked.
Mark them and cause the ditch.
Because they go off on a doctrine. That's what it's about.
Correcting doctrine.
Not because they just a scoffer and they say a great millstone and shit. I don't care about that. But when you go off on doctrine, said Yahweh ain't coming.
But sometimes you just gotta let it go. Sometimes if it's significant enough, then you do it. But sometimes, man, you be like, man, we didn't heard it all before. We in this, we coming at the end of the race now. We ain't got time to be
This doctrine, that
doctrine, and all that shit. Yeah, it's too much. Yeah, when it's got certain men like me as a brother, I'm in place to handle stuff like that, and certain other brothers. But wherever your lot is, you roll down the street, you roll down the lane with that lot, and you deal with it, because it could become a distraction. And a brother might have an edifying video on the collapse of Babylon, and then see a scoffer and do a video on the scoffer. Right? Nah, man, you do the video dealing with the collapse of Babylon, because that's what the people really need to hear.
Yeah.
The elect need to hear that, man.
And if I can say this, as recently you had a long string of freaking scoffers, man.
Oh yeah, they be coming now.
That's getting mad about a video that never happened.
Right.
Of Edomites kissing on the apostles' feet. Why are you so mad about that, man?
Yeah, but that was designed in place to watch over your soul.
Right.
That's Hebrews 13. Watching over your soul is setting stumbling blocks.
Right.
You can be on a basketball team or football team, and a coach will tell you to go down that lane, knowing you're gonna get cracked. What, you gonna get mad at the coach?
Right.
Because he's trying to show you, just because I say go down there, if you don't see it open, go around and go to the other lane. Those are all stumbling blocks. But the reason why things are said, now the Apostle Tahar said, well, look, everybody stop doing videos or looking at videos about bowing down and kissing feet. How many Jakes want to do that? So, well, you know what he did? He put Jake in a trap.
Yeah. It's just like boxing. You got a boxing trainer. Sometimes he'll give you that hit that you don't see coming, man. You gotta be prepared. You gotta be aware of that. Because you never know how your opponent is going to attack you. Satan is your opponent. You don't know how Satan is going to come at you, man.
Somebody get 1 Thessalonians 5:3. Because when it comes to being prepared, you gotta know. You gotta sit there and meditate. You can't just say, "Oh, the Lord took too long," or I don't know, it's not coming anytime soon, right? But remember the days of Noah. He prophesied for 100+ years, probably more or less, right? And everybody walked by this old man been out here over 100 years, prophesied the same thing. Nothing happened. But what happened? The flood came. Right? So, this is not the case. But if we have to prophesy, I don't know how many years, then we're going to do it. We will.
First Thessalonians 5:3. It says, for when they shall say, peace and safety, then sudden destruction cometh upon them.
Right. That's the main point. Sudden destruction. Right? So we can be out here I don't know how many years, 20, 50, 80 years. Right? We still gotta have faith in Lord Yahweh Shai. Right? We still gotta keep doing Matthew 22 and 9, right? Going out here into the highway.
But we don't believe we're gonna be out here another goddamn 10 years. Or 5 years. I got
Too much going on.
too much. This is 1 Peter 5 and 6. Humble yourselves, therefore, under the mighty hand of Yahweh Shai, that he may exalt you in due time. Right? And that exaltation really don't mean that you come into the truth and you end up getting looked at as an apostle or somebody that's over brothers and all that stuff. Okay? That's not what that's vainglory.
Hey, that guy that dropped out called himself an apostle.
That one that got mad about the video, he called himself an apostle.
But what you want vainglory to be over brothers right now? You know, we just all of us, right? We supposed to serve Yahweh Shai at the end of the day. And as a leader, you're supposed to, you know, be an example of that. You know? So God's got that fucked up. You want to rule over the Lord's people. You know? As far as the men of the Lord. You know? But that's not the case, man. That exaltation is when Yahweh Shai comes and you get delivered out of here. Those people that get delivered, they're the ones that are highly regarded. Okay? They're the ones that's going to be ruling the world. Okay? And they're going to be brothers too. Brothers among each other.
Now, scripture do say obey them that have rule over.
Right.
And respect them.
Right. And I'm not pushing that vibration of being you just another Israelite brother, you know, another Israelite peer just as much as that. Like, no, I'm not pushing that. You know, because we supposed to be what the scripture say, humble towards one another. You know, if a brother say something, you're supposed to take that, you're supposed to hear it and listen to it. You know? Not honor all men. You know? It's a respect thing too, it's an order thing too, man. You know? The Lord set up order for a reason. So it says, casting all your care upon him, for he cares for you. Right? It says, be sober, be vigilant. Right? It's the title of the lesson. It says, because your adversary, the devil, is a roaring lion, walks about seeking whom he may devour. Okay?
And what vigilant means?
Watchful.
So
That's talking about Jake too. Everybody thinks it's talking about the white man.
right.
That's talking about Jake.
Talking about yourself too, man.
Yep.
You know? Because sometimes you get in that spirit. We've seen it. Some guys, oh man, you know, lay it down, brothers. You know, get it next week.
Yeah.
You know?
LID.
Lay it down. But Satan's getting at you, man. Satan, I have you like, man, I don't really want to do this. I don't really want to put up a video or, you know, go out, stand out there. Cause ain't nobody come up here. That's it.
You know what put that dude out? A woman. The woman took him right on out the street.
You hear that? Ain't nobody standing up here, man. Why we gotta come out here, man? We can just do a video at home. And then you get a demon that come up. Ain't nobody out here talking to y'all, listening. You know, you get those thoughts in your head like, God damn, like, do I really want to do this? But you gotta go through it.
I got a quick one for you.
I never had that thought.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just speaking. I don't have those thoughts, but you never know how some people may be thinking, you know?
Hey, demons. Some brothers' demons are different.
Yeah.
That's different.
Yep.
It don't make me better because I didn't have that thought.
Right. But you never know how some guys think, you know?
Most I can put that thought in your head.
Yeah.
Right. There's
It's not working.
Yeah. This from Men of Valor, Adam and Stone, Baltimore 3. Ephesians chapter 6, verse 11. It says, put on the whole armor of the Most High, that ye may be able to stand against the wiles of the devil, right? So if you ain't putting on,
always the white man.
right, right, exactly. You know, so if you ain't putting on, you know, the whole armor, not the 99% armor, I'm talking about the 100% armor, all right, of Yahweh Ba'ashim Yahweh Shai, you're gonna find you're gonna find yourself, you know, calling off a camp one day because your wife want to go to a steak dinner, you know, lay it down, you know, because you didn't put on, you never put on the whole armor of Yahweh Ba'ashim Yahweh Shai. Hell, if you're doing that, you didn't even put on 25% of the armor, you know,
Even a fraction.
even a fraction.
I got quick.
Man, a win is a win.
Yep.
Whether you win by 1 point, right, a loss is a loss.
Yep.
Right. So, 98% of this is bad as 2%.
It is.
This is 1 Corinthians 16 and 11. It says, seek the Lord and his strength. Seek his face continually. Remember his marvelous works that he hath done, his wonders and the judgments of his mouth. Notice how it says wonders and judgments. So he can give you something wondrous, but if you're not doing something right, that could be your ass. Yeah, we are in judgment right now. You know, this is punishment, right? You know, we seen that constantly in Judges. You know, Israel did evil in the sight of the Lord multiple times. And what he do? He sold us into the hand, like into captivity.
Yeah, you gotta look at the story of Job, man. You know, though he sprayed me, I will maintain my integrity. You know, you gotta be willing to lose everything, man. You know, be willing to lose everything in this truth, man. Okay. He says, 1 Peter 5 and 8, 9. It says, who remain steadfast in the faith, knowing that the same afflictions are accomplished in your brethren that are in the world. It says, so brothers all go through the same thing. Okay? It says, but the God of all grace, who has called us unto his eternal glory by Yahweh Shah, after that you have suffered a while, make you perfect, establish, strengthen, settle you. Okay? It says, to him be glory and dominion forever and ever. Among. So that's why we gotta give praise to Yahweh Shah, you know, to our Lord Yahweh Shah, you know, because Yahweh Shah showed us the way, man. You know, to be able to get through this stuff, man, that we about to go through. Gave us that understanding, man. You know, imagine we didn't have the Lord, man, which that's crazy imagination. You know? But if you was to go through this stuff that's about to go through, like these people, I don't even think we would make it this far. If we didn't have this.
Every time you tell me about them, I always think about it.
Like somebody put it, like a whole, because somebody on the internet was putting the whole scenario, like, what if God didn't exist? Because he was a faithful, he was all believing in God, but he was saying that if God didn't exist, then we couldn't even make it this far. We could have been God. And it makes sense. The Lord is the one being protecting us, keeping us alive. Without the Lord, we couldn't even make it this far. Right. Well, the scripture says, let every man be fully persuaded in his own mind.
A world without Yahweh Shah, man, that's a demonic world, man. It's, Isaiah 33:6. And wisdom and knowledge shall be the stability of our time.
Right? So, you know, if we didn't have the Lord, you know, we'd be done for. You know, because we're supposed to trust in the Lord with all thy heart, all thy spirit, all thy mind, right, and all thy power. Now, if you can't do that, you're done. You know, you might as well, again, keep bringing out judges. You might as well pray unto your other gods. You know, Yahweh Shah said that. The Lord said that I wanted to worship other gods, so why don't you cry unto them? Cry unto the children of Ammon, cry unto Baal. Cry to the God of Zidon, right? Cry to all these gods and all these strange gods that you want to worship. All right, what did Israel do? They cried unto the Lord and said, "We have done wickedness. We serve other gods." They was in full guilt.
It says, "In knowledge and wisdom shall be the stability of our times and strength of salvation. The fear of the Lord is his treasure."
Right. The fear of the Lord is his strength. Right? If you ain't got faith and you don't fear the Lord, then what are you praying for?
Man, I got the precept that's going out that you're talking about. This is Judges 10 and 14. It says, you know what, let me get 13. See what it says. Judges 10. It's going into the Philistine and Ammonite oppression. And 13, 12. "And the Zidonians also, and the Amalekites, and the Moab, the Midianites did oppress you. And ye cried to me, and I delivered you out of their hand. Yet ye have forsaken me, and served other gods. Wherefore I will deliver you no more. Go and cry unto the gods which you have chosen." Right? "Let them deliver you in the time of your tribulation." So all those guys, when the MOTB come out, that's how the spirit we're going to have. They're going to come running to us. Like, when you read further in that chapter, we was a chapter, right? And he was considered a man of valor. And they kicked him out because his mother was a harlot, right? And then when it was time for war, they came back. "Come on, man, together. You're a man of war. Come on, let's fight together." And he was saying, "Man, F you." Although he eventually did, but that's the mindset that the Lord has, man. You know?
It's dealing with the Lord. He's a jealous God. Right? The Lord said he's a jealous God. So whenever you're serving other gods, that's pure betrayal. So when you have the feeling of betrayal and that heartbroken spirit, say, okay, you wanted to serve other gods, then go ahead and serve them. Then cry unto them. Right? Cry unto your gods and let them deliver you.
I got a precept for that too. Say
And
pretty much say the
that
same
guy,
thing.
that Egyptologist that came by last week.
Yeah.
You go to the Egyptologist, those gods be fighting each other and shit.
Yep. They do. They do.
Osiris got his body spread apart across the world. Nimrod, like, come on, now. They're not going to save you during that time.
Yep.
Got it.
Con. Same thing with the elder just read, right? Jeremiah chapter 11, verse 12. Then shall the cities of Judah and the inhabitants, then shall the cities of Judah and inhabitants of Jerusalem go and cry unto the gods unto whom they offer incense, but they shall not save them at all in the time of their trouble. With the elder just read, right?
Well, no, I got something like that. Revelation 9 and 6. It says, "And in those days shall men seek death, and shall not find it, and shall desire to die, and death shall flee from them." So the Lord will be jacking people the hell up, man. What that Noah, man, a bear, not a bear, a bear, not a leave his hand on a table and a serpent bit him.
Those times, we would talk about it, but to live it, it's a whole different thing. Jake is going to, Jake's hearts are going to be filled. Jake's going to want to die. Right? They're going to try to kill themselves, but they can't.
Yeah, I got precepts. Jeremiah 2 and 28.
his trunk open.
But where are thy gods that thou hast made thee? Let them arise, if they can save thee. That's why the scripture says in Job 34:29.
What's that? Oh, he's about
yeah, when the Most High hideth his face, who can behold it?
Right.
Right. It's more. It says, "Let them arise, if they can save thee." Where's the Egyptian crocodile god? Where's the sperm god? Where's the nut god? The crocodile god? The Horus god? The eye god? All these damn gods, man.
Right.
Jake has his own car as his god, man. You know, it's ass. It's an idol. Yeah, right. They call the car baby. Yeah. This woman, the ass god, like the brother just said, the woman's ass. It's really not even. It's really sad, man. That all you had to watch these videos, and all they doing is showing every goddamn naked woman. Then when she hit 50 years old, she gotta look back at herself, man, and see her shaking her ass with a string up her ass, man. That's the image that Babylon pushes. The image they push is boredom. That's why Babylon needs to be destroyed, man. Everything you see around you and dealing with is boredom.
Yep.
You know, goes on to say, if they can save thee in the time of trouble, or according to the number of thy cities, all thy gods, O Judah. Oh, that's Jeremiah. Yep, Jeremiah 28. Yeah. That is Jeremiah 2:28. Yep, 2:28. Yep.
I got another quick one if y'all,
Go ahead, real quick.
Amos chapter 8, verse 12. Let me back up. Amos chapter 8, verse 12. It says, and they shall wander from sea to sea. That they talking about Israelites, right? Our people. And they shall wander from sea to sea, and from the north even unto the east. They shall run to and fro, all right, to seek the word of the Lord Yahweh Ba'ashim Yahweh Shai, and shall not be able to find it, right? So that's in that day, like I was just now mentioning. In that day, people going to be wandering. They're going to realize that Egyptology and stuff like that don't work. So what they're going to do is try to seek the faces of the Israelites. So it might be in a hellhole one day, going to the grocery store, everybody panic shopping and stuff like that. Was you one of them Israelites, right? Was you one of them Israelites out there on the corners at that time? Like, I don't know what the hell you're talking about. You should have listened, but I wasn't out there. You know what I'm saying?
What you mentioned, it's the mercy shut. It's just like a crack. You gotta hurry up and squeeze in there. Straight and narrow is the gate. Yep. The wall is the way to destruction. Yep. That's the gate. That's the gate to mercy. Really shut.
They say only one man can go through it. This is not no easy walk, man. That we in, man.
That one man that can go through it. Mostly that one third of the elect. 144,000. If you're in the 2/3, you can't go in there. Yeah, we are finding an example off of Yahweh Shah, man. All right, he endured all hardness and suffering. For what? What did he do wrong? But say he was the son of the Most High. And they call that wrong. See, that's what Paul was talking about the law. Because you had those wicked Pharisees, you had a lot of them didn't believe Yahweh Shah was the son of the Most High. So to the Most High, he don't need law. He didn't need to give us, he didn't need to have us set up the altars, the breastplate. He didn't have to do that. To the Most High, that's minuscule, man. And that's what the Most High is showing you. It's about the faith of the law, not so much about the law. Because everybody can do acts. You can get a woman can say, hey, I love you, and give you all gifts and say all kinds of things, but then she banging the man down the street.
Yep.
but she's telling you she loves you.
Right.
That's what we did against the Most High. We started setting up altars and showing that we love God, the Most High. And you know what we're doing? We'll commit sin is, let me make a sacrifice real quick to cover up what I just done. Right? That becomes, and that's why Paul had to come and say what he said, man. Like, wait, bro. And that's one of the reasons why the Lord had to change the sacrifice. You know, the law of sacrifice. You know, because you had guys, they felt as though that sacrifice would just take away their sins, but they didn't approach the sacrifice with the right mindset. You know, so if you with Yahweh signs that sacrifice, okay, if you don't approach Yahweh sign with the right mindset, then you're not gonna make it, man. Okay, you're not gonna make it. Okay, you have to be right in this thing, man. The Lord knows who ain't right too, by the way. Remember, he was on the scene, he knew who was the devil and who wasn't. Okay, and guess what? Yeah. He let that guy Judas, he let it play out, man. Okay, so the Lord will bring in somebody that ain't right, and we'll let that guy play out his portion, his thing, man. Okay, just to get them the hell up out of here, man. Okay, so you gotta come to this with the right mindset, man. And you better pray that you're not one of them. You better pray that you're not a Judas. You know, that's a serious thing. Yeah, that being vetted, man, is when you go into it, someone that's trustworthy, loyal, okay, that ain't just gonna turn on you when shit get real, okay. Food shortage, he ready to come rob you or steal from you and stuff like that, you know. I'm gonna repeat this. Isaiah 33:6. In wisdom and knowledge shall be the stability of thy time, and strength of salvation. The spirit, when you go through these things, right? Now it's a good thing if you come through these things and march along, you hold on to this word. That's what the spirit of salvation is. You came through this thing, right? You don't take the chip, right? You believe in it, y'all start returning. That's this goes on, you get stronger, you know, because the more and more that this goes down, of this society crashing, that's when you know every day that go by is just, I always say every day that go by is another day closer to Yahweh Shah. Right. You know? So boom, martial law. Chip, right? I'm not taking that. Right? Your mindset, I'm not taking that. Yahweh Shah right around the corner, the prophet is right here. That is a good mindset. If you keep that mindset and keeping the faith throughout this stuff, there's a really good chance that the salvation is there.
If I can say this too, faith is faith. That's a manly trait.
Right.
You know, that's a manly trait. Because I remember years ago, I would have people get on my comment board. I saw one morning somebody said, "Oh, I ain't taking the chip." Well, it's like, well, how do you know you ain't gonna take it? You know, I don't know this guy. He probably already took you know, well, maybe he didn't. Well, Willie, I'm not praying. I'm not saying, you know, I hope he didn't. You know, but maybe he took the thing. You know, that jump shot. Yeah. You know, so we gotta have, like you just now said. That's when you say faith. That's what stands out to me.
Yeah.
You know, because it's like faith is manly, man. You know, I mean, you know, women can have faith too, but that's a hard thing. What I'm saying is that's a hard thing to have.
Right.
You know.
This is Proverbs 25 and 19, right? It says confidence goes with faith.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah,
confidence and an unfaithful man in time of trouble is like a broken tooth or a foot out of joint. So try to walk with a foot that's out of joint, man. You're gonna be in pain. You
know? So a lot of these people that don't have faith, right, and try to think that they're gonna have faith when the time of trouble comes, of course you just not faithful with it. A broken tooth, man, that alone can be real painful, man. Yeah, you know, that's one of those nagging pains, constant. Just like your foot being out of joint, you know, that's a constant pain, you know. It's very uncomfortable. The Lord's gonna make people that don't have faith uncomfortable. Good Lord is out. This is James 2:26. But as the body without the spirit is dead, so faith without work is dead also. Right? So if you got so-called faith, but you're not doing work with it, that's not a good combination. You know, you can't have B without an A. So you got to do both in order to accomplish, salvation. You know how it's real hard, man. As much as the scripture says that the spirit is willing, but the flesh is weak. Right? All of us, we are all susceptible to really get weak at any point in time. We have faith the size of a mustard seed is faith the size of a mustard seed is good. But the reason why I'm saying that it's hard, the example is when the Lord was walking on the water, right? And Peter, right? He said, let me come out there, walk with you in the water, right? So he started walking on the water, and then he started sinking. While Yahweh Shah was right there. And what Yahweh Shah said, you know what? I can go ahead and get the account. You know, brothers, go ahead and bring up this scripture. Now I'll get the account. Yeah, go ahead.
This is chapter 9, chapter 1, verse 14. It says, the great day of the Lord is near. It is near and hastening greatly. Even the voice of the day of the Lord. The mighty man shall cry and bitterly. The day is a day of wrath, a day of trouble and distress, a day of wasteness and desolation, a day of darkness and gloom, a day of clouds and thick darkness, a day of the trumpet and alarm against the fenced city and against the high tower. And I will bring distress upon men, that they shall walk like blind men, because they have sinned against the Lord. Their blood shall be poured out as dust, and their flesh is the dung. Listen, verse 18. Neither their silver nor their gold shall be able to deliver them in the day of the Lord's wrath. So that's telling you right now that your money ain't gonna save you.
Right.
The amount of money you got. So
yep.
you're gonna have to have faith.
Yep. The scripture that y'all read earlier, Isaiah 33, is 6, step of stability.
Yeah.
Trying to remember from word to word, but you know what I'm talking about. It didn't say guns and money.
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
Money.
Yeah.
This is 2 Corinthians 4:18. So we fix our eyes not on what it seems, but on what is unseen. For what is seen is temporary, what is unseen is eternal. So, well, like you wrote, your money, your cars, anything that you basically worship or love in the society or in the world, it's all temporary. But the Lord is eternal, right? His protection is eternal. Everlasting life to be a hope for elect. When you are the elect, it's eternal. Right. That's not easy. Right. So, when things start, and they just had this CERN project, trying to open up different portals.
Oh, there's all types of shit happening now.
Yeah. So you might see spirits and all types of shit, man. You know? Yeah. If you think about that, if you they call it sleep paralysis, but it's really a demon messing with you. You know? it happened to me before, where I moved into this house, you know, and brothers they helped me move, and they seen this one guy, he looked like an Edomite, right? So I thought that the Edomite had stolen my keys and shit, you know, to the house. I'm like, yo, I just paid this money, you gonna play me like that, you know? So the Edomite was like, I don't know what you're talking about. But then the whole time it was under the paper. So, like,
You need a truck like that to pass by that time. The constant truck.
right. I was gonna say that what happened, right? It was either that night or a couple nights after I was asleep, right? And I I turned over to the side and I seen the spirit staring at me in my face, and it looked like that Edomite that messed with the feet. Now that's a very spooky thing when you go into it. You know, to actually see a spirit fuck with you and all that stuff when you sleep, like that's a spooky thing. When I in certain times where certain you see certain things, you hear certain things at night, you know, in the house or whatever. But I rebuked that spirit in the name of God by Shimon Shah. That it stopped fucking with me, you know. So that's one of the things that the name of the Lord is really important. You know, I remember that happened to me one night. The spirit was fucking with me, and I rebuked that spirit in the name of God by Shah, and it just stopped messing with me. You know, so during these times, man, these spirits, man, are going to start trying to spook a lot of guys. You know, and somebody that don't understand what's going on, you see that spirit, you know, one of those spirits, that's gonna fuck your head up. But this is Matthew 14 and 24. It says, but the ship was now in the midst of the sea, tossed with waves, for the wind was contrary. And in the fourth watch of the night, Yahweh went unto them walking on the sea. And when the disciples saw him walking on the sea, they were troubled, saying, it is a spirit. Right? So that shows you that spirit can go about. These men were saying that that's a spirit. Right? And they were scared. Right? It says, and they cried out of fear. You know, these are men that was with Yahweh. Right? Disciples. And they was crying out of fear. You know? His disciples were scared that a demon was going to touch them. You know? So that shows you how messed up it is. And this fruit goal, like brother said, Satan desires to have every last one of us. You know? To knock us out of this thing. You know? To fuck with you. Okay? And some people will get caught up in that, man. A demon just keep on fucking with you. You don't know how to react to that. You know, but that's coming to spirit to spook and fuck your head up. You know, and it's very well possible that a demon can come and mess with you. Okay? You would think that if you know where it's coming from. No? But
I know it might sound crazy. It sounds like demon me in my like you ever seen that? Demon.
yeah, I know you're talking about.
Demon, he like
Yeah. Falling.
Yeah, like staring at you.
Yeah, be like a whole bunch of them.
Yeah.
Everybody outside and it's just demon on the
Yeah.
demon.
Talking about that,
Yeah.
it's the movie called Falling, with Denzel Washington.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah.
Ever since I've been fooling with you, man, it's been like that.
Yeah.
They're just like,
Yep. Mm-hmm.
And when brothers are together and we're out right together, certain people can see the spirit that's all brothers. You know, and they say, man, y'all brothers gotta I can see that love from out of y'all brothers, man. You know, that care for y'all brothers. I can see that. We don't see it because we we in the flesh,
Right.
we normal, you know. But that cure that when people when we out there, that's why the Lord when brothers get together, we go somewhere, we go to the spot. The Lord will make it to where the food end up being free or something like that, right? He give you something for free or something, you know.
That actually happened a few times.
Oh, that's true.
Get them extra for free.
Yeah.
They forget to, I don't know, check it or forget to put it in the register or something. Yeah.
Right. That and sometimes where guys will go out and the guys try to get over on you know. So certain things be happening, you know, when brothers are out and about and they deal with certain things, you know, a car could break down, you know. That's one of the things that you gotta look at. Like something's gonna happen to you, especially if you were brothers. Something's gonna happen to you, man. Okay? And that's what they were saying. These men, they said that it's a spirit, right? The spirit trying to mess with them, and it was out of fear. These was men that seen the works of what Yahweh was doing, and they were scared of a spirit. You know, it says, but straightway Yahweh spake unto them, saying, be of good cheer, it is I, be not afraid. Right? So the Lord put that in there for an example. You know, it says, and Peter answered him and said, Lord, if it be thou, bid me come unto thee on the water. And he said, come. And when Peter was come out of the ship, he walked on the water to go to Yahweh. But when he saw the wind boisterous, he was afraid and beginning to sink. He cried, saying, Lord, save me. Right? Now, this is the Lord on the water. And Peter asked him to go on the water. And as he stepped on the water, he started sinking. He's crying. He needed the Lord to save him. Right? And the Lord just said, come out here and walk. It says, and immediately Yahweh stretched forth his hand and caught him and said unto him, O thou of little faith, wherefore didst thou doubt? So we are all able to have some bit of doubt coming to us, man. To fuck with us. And Satan will try to come at you, you know, to get you to doubt. Through the spirit. You know, the elder has said he had experiences with spirits coming to fuck with you and stuff, man. And those spirits, man, they look real spooky, man.
Yeah.
You know?
All right, that's where they get the term Batman from. I see the spirits look like Batman. That thing was like 3 feet tall. He had them pointy ears. He had dog's hooks. And he had a short tail with a triangle on the back. Whoa. And that bastard picked me up out of the bed and threw me down on the floor and shit. In fire. Yeah. And you would try to scream and nothing come out.
Right.
Hey, a few weeks ago, I had a dream. I was being held down in my dream, and I was getting held down as I was actually trying to wake up out of it. You know, it didn't let me go till I said the name Yahweh.
Sometimes you gotta say it a couple times.
I said I had to. I had to say it multiple times.
That sleep that you in, that those are called apparitions. And you see these things. That happened in Egypt. Yeah. When it was so dark. If you ever been in somewhere real dark, where it almost blinds you.
You can feel it.
Dark.
It's almost like you can feel the darkness.
Feel the darkness. Yeah. That's coming. That's coming. Yeah. This place is going to be darkened, man. You can feel the darkness. Like that. You're going to feel it. Like if you ever go in the basement at night and the power went out and you put your hand around, it's almost like the darkness just hit your ass as you're walking through it. Like you're walking slow, but it feels like it's just coming all around you. Like it's coming. You start losing balance. Yep.
Yeah.
Or whatever. Apparition. But even in the snow, if you ever got caught out in a snowstorm, and you can know your whole block, and that'll be like 5 feet of snow, you kind of get lost. Like, God, your whole sense of direction is gone, man. So when you're embarked and you're covered with darkness, right, you become lost. And that's why the scriptures speak of darkness. Because Jake get lost in darkness. Right. That's why it's going into that. Right. That's why it goes in the scriptures talk about being covered in darkness or of darkness before light. Because dark you can't see. You're blind. You know? And in that blindness, that's when all the demons attack your ass, man. That's the one scariest time, even in your own house. You go in that basement, if it's pitch black, you get kind of scared, like, damn, like, what the? For a second, you be like, and you in your own home.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah. Like, not trying to be disrespectful.
No, that's true.
You gotta call like 3-4 times.
Yep.
Sometimes I be bumping. When I get up, lamps and stuff knock over me.
Yep.
I'm calling out.
Yep.
There's nothing coming out but in my sleep.
Yep.
And when I get up, the lamp is knocked over.
Yep.
Stuff is messed up.
Yeah. Satan trying to get
I'm
you.
yelling.
Yeah.
Hour behind city, hour side.
Yep. You gotta do like 4 or 5 times. You got to.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I had one time when I saw the demon. I was in a trance, but everything was like hazy. I was awake, and I was yelling out, you know, but I was awake, but nobody could hear me. And I saw the demon put his finger in my mouth. Because I was trying to say the name of the Lord. And that motherfucker stuck his finger in my mouth. And I bit down and shit. How I had a motherfucker just jumped off and shit. This was not too long ago.
But that was super badass because you see how you was,
Yep.
you knew enough to go enough way to bite the finger
Yep.
and say it. Now
Yep.
see, I would have failed at that.
Yeah, because I said,
So I'm not
I said, well, it depends on your spirit.
y'all skilled.
I said, yeah.
Yeah.
To do that.
Y'all skilled.
Yeah, well, he had me in the trance. He pushed me down and shit. And I was trying to, as soon as I said, yeah, that motherfucker put his finger right in my mouth. And I saw his finger. It was a big black ass finger, man. It was a big, thick black ass finger he put in my mouth. And I bit down on that shit like, you can hear that shit too. And that motherfucker yanked his hand away. And I called on the name of the Lord, and boom, I came right out of it. I've been through a lot of stuff like that, those spiritual dreams, man. Vision. And I know it was real because I was looking at the TV, I was looking at everything around it. But it was hazy. It wasn't like it was in this dimension. Even the biological brother saw that. Oh, we was young, Jay. That's when we saw all the demons. I saw fucking demons that human heads and different body parts, like bat wings and human heads. I even left my body one time. And when I left my body, I saw everything. Whoa. So you gotta understand that this Bible is real. When you got spirits, mega spirits around you right now, man. I mean, the house shot controls all that. But you got mega spirits all around you. Because when I left my body, that's called astral projection. You can see everything, man. Some motherfuckers is like flying like a whirlwind. Wow. They don't necessarily stay still. They move. But what used to wake me up, you know how the floor creaks? That's when I'll be laying out here, the floor go. And I'll be like, what the fuck is that? Look under the bed, the motherfucker under the bed and shit. Wow. I see all kinds of shit, man. And, brother had posted on the phone. You ever seen the some Stranger Things? That's what it was like. Yeah. That's what it was like. That's how the white man knows, man. He got, what you saying? Yeah. Might be in 7 hours. Yeah. Waking up. It's a nice walk. That's good. Yeah, I looked under the bed. That Batman looking thing was under my bed, clawing onto the spring. Wow. Because he kept plucking the spring while I was asleep. And I kept waking up. And I was like, what the fuck? I would get frustrated and hit the spring, hit the bed. And the motherfucker was plucking the spring. I could hear the spring plucking. And I looked at that motherfucker clawed up under the bed and shit, holding on. That was some wicked, evil shit. I was only like 10 years old, like 8 years old. And my brother seen it too. I should see him attack him. You know, I mean, we're not gonna make a whole story on that, but that just goes to show you the fear of the Lord. Did somebody get Psalm 47? Did somebody read that already? No, we never read that. 47 and 2. Yeah, read that.
But that's just a smidgen of what's coming, man.
Right.
That's a smidgen. On the physical side, wait till you hear them missiles. That's going to be more fear than anything you ever heard of, man.
Yep.
The ground shaking, the alarm going off. This is it. You're about to die.
So, you know, as soon as they mess with this, they just mess with, and then even in China, they had a fireworks show where they did a firework. They probably opened up another portal doing that and went up and it did like a circle. It was dedicated specifically to the CERN. Now you got the UK pretty much in shambles now because they talked about damn near the whole government is fucking resigning this shit now. It's all types of shit happening.
It's all
now,
downhill from here.
Yep.
Watch that movie called The Mist.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
You watch that?
Yeah.
That was going into the CERN project. Like, go ahead. Somebody look up CERN. What is that actually? I forgot what it means. Central European something. Read that. So, what that says for the Lord Most High is terrible. He is a great king over all the earth. What does terrible mean?
Most feared.
Yeah, it means the most feared. So all those apparitions, all those demons, spirits, they're actually in people. You know, because remember, you have a house. This is a vessel. And your vessel is like a house. Like when you go into a house, you call it a house with people in there. If nobody lives in there, you call it what? A building. A vacant building. There's nobody in there. So you don't call a house for rent or for sale a house. You call it a building. Or vacancy. It only becomes a house. The reason why they say house is because they want you to have that feeling of being in there. Like this is your car. You know, so they want you to have that feeling of, yeah, this could be, you don't want to say, sell a house and say, look, this is a vacant building right here you can move in. Nobody gonna move into that. So you gotta say house. That's why the Lord says the house of Israel. It's a people. All right, go ahead.
He shall subdue the people under us and the nations under our feet.
Right, so all these nations, all these people, guess what? They're all going to be subdued under the children of Israel, man. Starting with the elect.
Right.
And that fear is going to hit them too. So all you devils, man, you've been doing it for many years. We was reading Judges again. How Edom, like how we wanted to pass through. And then with the Jephthah, we wanted to pass through Edom and they had a fit. You can't come to us. So we go to the Ammonites. And they said, no, we can't. And then the war started. They started picking us off and shit. So you know what? And then they got mad when Israel, the armies of Israel started kicking ass. And they made excuses. So Esau and these Ammonites and Moabites have always been in league destroying us, man. They're those dogs and Lazarus, you know? They're those dogs that lick the wound in Lazarus, man. They always, all these nations had a hand in the children of Israel and our downfall of us, man. You don't believe it? Turn the camera around in the marketplace, man. How many Jakes own that shit? How many Jakes running that? How many Israelites running that, man? And if it is an Issachar up in there, he's running it for some Moabite. In the kitchen. He in the kitchen.
Or up there doing work roofing and shit.
Your time is up, man. It's time for you to go down. It ain't a conspiracy. It's a conspiracy that all these little Negroes running around in the hood with tweets, right? Not the woman, but the little Negroes, right? We'll own no goddamn business. But now they're going to start giving mom and pop businesses under the chip. They got a couple, a so-called black couple at Wall Street. They're trying to open that back up. Yeah. But they're going under Chase. They're having a digital fair that anybody can walk in and it be scanned digitally. Now you got to think, the white man ain't never gave you a goddamn thing. But now he's going to give you something to institute the NWO.
Wicked as shit, man.
The chip.
Mm-hmm.
Man, the hell with all you, man. That's why you got to die, man.
Right.
All of them 2/3, they did an interview. I think it's a great thing.
Man.
It's beautiful that we don't have to pull out wallets anymore or get robbed. That's order out chaos.
Right.
Go ahead, brother.
Look.
This kind of burns you up, man.
Yeah, the hell with Jake, man.
Wisdom of Solomon, 17 and 15. It says, "Were partly vexed with monstrous apparition,
Yep.
and partly fainted, their heart failing them for a sudden fear."
Let's go back to what he said as well, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is going to be worse. Most likely worse than Chernobyl. Oh, no doubt. Chernobyl is a walk in the park.
Oh, compared to what the
But even with that happened in Chernobyl, you can't plant nothing there for like 100 years. But guess what? Plants are still growing in the radiation. That's how the creation of the Most High succeeds all this white man's technology, man.
It's a lot more normal animals, but they're either way it's still not normal. They're still contaminated, but they look bad and they're living better. Why? Because civilization is no more down there.
The hands of the white man must stop. Esau must stop. You gotta go, man. Go ahead. Let me not say that. Maybe just shut it down.
yeah.
This is the red man. No, this is Revelation 12 and 12. It says, "Therefore rejoice, you heavens, and you that dwell in them. Woe to the inhabitants of the earth and of the sea, for the devil is come down onto you, having great wrath."
I bring that out in many videos. Why? Because this is the main scripture. That's the main scripture. That's going to be happening. That's happening right now, actually. You know, them messing with the sun.
Yeah, look up that CERN, man. I know it's Central European.
It's Central Central Environmental Resource Management.
Right. Now look that up.
Yeah,
I want to
right
see
here.
go more into that and what they say that is. Management 45. They're great company. They're great company. Even in the waters, man, you're gonna have Leviathan. All they doing is opening up. They're playing in the hands of the Most High. Yeah. The Most High. That's why everything's getting more wicked. That's why time is speeding up faster. So they see the government is only going to tell you short smidgets of what they're actually doing. You know they done already went over there. It's a show called Primeval, where they got them portals opening up and they go jumping through it. It's a British show. It's called Primeval. And what they're doing is they go back in time 2,000 years. So that's what they want to do. They want to jump into different portals and dimensions to get resources. These devils have robbed the earth enough that they want to go in time and rob the earth before it comes to this time. And them devils, yeah, you know what? Watch the movie Stargate, which is a Quantum Leap. All those shows, they're telling you. Dune as well. They want to go into the other. If this man gets to other planets, he's going to destroy that in no time. But what's happening is the technology is great, so it's used in a manner of resourcefulness, but ultimately it's destroying you. Technology is slavery, man. Jake don't even want to pump the car no more. He want to hit a button and the shit just do it on his own. Like, what the hell? Jake don't even want to go upstairs. They want to hit an escalator and just go up the steps.
I was saying, you're right, because they can't drive a car without a backup camera.
No.
Remember when we used to have a driver car had one left mirror?
Yeah.
And we barely had a rear. But
Yeah.
We
We didn't even have a passenger.
didn't have a passenger mirror. You had to put your hand on both and navigate your way from looking out the back window.
Yep.
Remember that?
Back in the day, you didn't have cell phones, but
Right.
you knew everybody's number.
Yeah, sure did. You had to
Curb scrapers you can hear on
Yeah.
the blind side if you get close.
Yeah.
And if I think about it, one thing, I still remember the phone booth.
The phone booth, yep.
There's one right there.
Yep.
That I used to use.
But I knew how to work them.
Isn't that something?
I hit the
Yeah,
zero. Hit the button.
I'm sorry.
Are you good?
Remember that?
How do you make free phone calls all the time?
Yeah, you remember you used to do that too?
Yeah.
And then the police coming. You told me you using the phone booth too much. I said, really? You really using the phone booth too much? He said, look, you can either go over to Northwest District, man, or you get away from the phone.
Yep.
Because they knew what I was doing.
Yep.
They knew what I was doing.
But, the phone is just, now we use the technology to our advantage. And once upon a time in the rain, we had to open the Bible, which I always still say, keep your Bible. You know, but we could go right to the phone and use this to our advantage.
Yeah, you might not have your phone during the time when shit kicks off, man.
Oh, we ain't gonna need a Bible then, bro.
Yeah, you're gonna be like a walking Bible.
It's gonna be in us.
Yeah, that's what Eli. What Eli
Hey,
means.
Esau knows, man.
Yeah. I think Eli means my God. Yeah, that's what Eli means. You know, the book of my God. That's how they concern.
Go ahead. Yep.
So the name concern is derived from the acronym for
From a Greek god, right? From a Greek god or something like that?
I'm not sure, but it's from French. It's a French word.
Right.
And it says, Council European Foreign Research Nuclear. So it is a European Council for Nuclear Research.
Yeah, because but it's like the brother said, Central European. What happened with the CERN, if you ever watch the movie The Flash or the show, they were going in a circle, they were running and a portal opened up. That's photon. Photon, and I forgot, photon, energy, atoms, yeah. And what they're doing is they're crashing atoms, and photon beams of light at high speed, and then they crash it. And when they crash them, a portal opens up. And you just go in. They're watching Flash, yeah. Very out.
Remember Back to the Future, they had the flux capacitor.
Yeah.
They had to get a certain
Yeah.
speed to go back into that.
Yep. For the portal to open up.
Right. Yep.
I believe in French got the word from the Greek god quartz.
That's what I was saying.
Like something on the Texas, it was like miles and miles of tunnel built because they crashed some atoms.
Yeah. That was in Europe, I think.
Okay. I think that was like 2017.
Yeah, it was 2017. They're doing it over in Europe.
Yeah, crashed something.
Underground. If you ever watch Terminator with the woman Terminator, you know. Yeah, but remember she was underground and they ran in the circle. It was underground and she stuck to the
Oh, he's about the third one. Yeah,
third one
and
with
then
the
when it was and she stuck to the machine.
That's what that is.
Yeah.
That's why in the Terminator they talk about Genesis, going into different dimensions and portals. That's how this man thinks he's gonna escape. He's trying to go out of space, but you know he can't go, so now he's gonna try to go to different dimensions. You know he's not making it to Neptune, man. If that man ever went to the sun, 1,000 years would have went by. Because it's a different dimension. That's why the sun to us been burning thousands and thousands of years. But to the Lord, no. That sun is in a different dimension. How old is the earth? 15,000, something like that, years old. 20. So the day of the Lord is 1,000 years, right? So if 5 days went by, that's 5,000 years. So if this devil ever was able to get to the moon, right? But now you got angels that breaks those barriers of time and space travel. That is just like they call light years away, 2,000-3,000 light years away. But somehow they get here in 2 minutes. See, this man ain't got the power of the technology that the Most High has, man. It's got Job 20:25. Job 20:5. It says that the triumphing of the wicked is short, and the joy of the hypocrite but for a moment. It says, though his excellency mount up to the heavens, and his head reach unto clouds, yet he shall perish forever like his own dung. It's like flushing them down the toilet.
Yeah, pretty much. Yep.
Or a dog that poops on the grass and perishes away. You can read 20 on down. That's all good.
I got this right fast because you said something about the angels. This is Hebrews 1:14. Hebrews 1:14. It says, are they not all ministering spirits sent forth to minister for them who shall be heirs of salvation? Right. So that's what the angels do, like you said. They come back and forth and they send messages. You know, even right now, the things that we are speaking, because the angels are putting it in our mouths to say what the Lord wants us to say. You know, that's why Jeremiah 1 and 5, you know, he said that I'll put my words into your mouth. You know, so the Lord is the one who really leads brothers to the precepts and the points that he wants them to make. You know, this is you said from what verse?
Oh, 20, about 21 down is good.
20.
The whole thing is good. And brothers can preach that off of that.
It says, they will see him, so say, where is he? He shall fly away as a dream, and so not be found. It says, yeah, he shall be chased away as a vision of the night, like a night, okay, like a bad dream. But that's what this is right now. King Solomon thought that this was a joke, that we would be in this position. You know, how the servants go on horses and princes walking the earth. You know, it was like that had to be an error from the Lord that we would be in this position. You know, because the kingdom is going to be forever. Okay, and there ain't going to be no Edomite rising up. You know, 500 years later,
The Edomite revolt, the rebellion of the Edomites.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah,
Turn of the Edomites.
yeah.
Yeah, he saw the future. And she's the problem.
Ain't no coming back for you.
Done, man. Done.
What does scripture say? He'll return and build the desolate places.
Yeah. This is Malachi. Yeah, Malachi 4 and 1 or something like that.
There's all types of things like like the Lord has shows omens, and omens are pretty much the signs, like the Georgia Guidestones being blown up and shit.
And that was through that sermon I heard. Something like that.
I don't even think that was a bomb. The way that shit looked, I don't know if that was a. People have their opinions or whatever, but the way that shit looked, I think that's what that was for real.
And we should know what the Georgia Guidestone represents. Yep. I don't know if you may not know.
NWO. You know what they want? They say humanity under a certain people. They want to control the people, the mindsets. You know, that's their wicked plan on the left hand side.
Yeah, they want to depopulate the earth by 3.5 billion.
Somebody
500 million. 500, no, it's billion.
Oh,
It's a billion. It's like how many people on the earth?
Roughly 9 to 10 billion.
Yeah, they want to depopulate it by billion. Something about 1.something billion.
I think I saw it like 500 million people. That's how much they wanted.
It's more than that.
I'm not saying that's how much they wanted to maintain.
Oh, no, to maintain it. Yeah, 500 million. Yeah. That's called Agenda 21. Right? They call it useless cattle. See, once technology, what they're doing is they're only using the common man. You Edomites too, they don't care about you. Some people in that Holy Land, they don't care about them either. They're only using them to help build up technology enough and to get a certain amount of people to maintain it. Remember, there was way more jobs 30 years ago. Now they got self-checkout. Right, now they got the phone or the gas pump where you just slide your card in. Years ago, they would come out, pump your gas, and do some, various things. It was called full service. Right? Years ago, you had to have the cable man and all that. You still need them, but things have changed. They're not needed. Self-install, gas man, yup. The water fill man, man. Yup. It's all digital. So where are these people working there? So as the economy gets worse and they're using their gear more to technology, what's happening is they don't need Jake. They don't need nobody. So when they get that master and they start wiping Jake, that's what this whole thing is about. The plan thing. I remember they were showing the movie that in space, for Mars, they were saying, but in their technology, they had automatic robots that had more people in stores, airports, and all that stuff. That's what they got. And you think they got a robot called a Mika in the airport.
Hey.
They doing the same thing. They've been counting this shit for years. Bosses, grocery store
self-check out now. It's like you don't even need the cashier anymore unless the machine fucks up.
They got burger making robots.
Yeah, they got robots that can taste food.
Taste food.
Yeah. Like what the hell is that for?
A robot that can taste this food.
So again, this is putting people out of business.
Yeah.
You know, they got buses. They're gonna have MTA buses that with no drivers. We seen this in the movie Total Recall.
Yeah, you know what? They got the the cargo trucks. I can't. Now they pretty much sending them out on the street. They look ugly as shit, but you know they sending them out on the street.
They don't care about ugly.
They like great white.
That Uber, Domino's got a goddamn robot that brings your damn food.
They got the delivery robots.
Right. So everything, everybody's gonna lose jobs, and it's gonna get real nasty. And you're gonna be, at least say you're gonna be comfortable having nothing.
Ecclesiastes 12 and 1 can somebody get that. Yeah, I got Psalm 94:20 real quick. Psalm 94:20.
Shall the throne of iniquity have fellowship with thee, which frameth mischief by law? Right? So they frame, they mischief means what? High level evil, anarchy and evil. They frame it by law. You can watch the movie. We've been going to the movie. Judge Dredd with Rico. I want chaos reigning through the streets so they could come with that order out of chaos. You know, that's what it's all about. See, you Jakes, you haven't figured out in the last 50 years what's been happening. You've been like frogs boiling in hot water.
Right.
And now you wake up and see my wife got the car, a great job. She's looking at me like I ain't shit anymore, right? I'm barely paying my bills. I'm living month to month. And the greatest thing a man had was peace in his home. You don't even have that no more.
Nope.
Well, when your wife and your husbands are turned against one another, you are screwed. Because at least you had each other. And that's why we have each other as all brothers.
Yeah. That's
You know, this is our wife.
Make the point about that frog that's in that water. You know? And they turn it up the heat. And Jake don't even know that you in there boiling up, man.
Yep.
You know, you in this trap that the devil got you in.
And then when he give you, he sends out Dr. Dre and starts promoting the chronic. And so you smoke weed to cover up all the pain you in, or crack, or heroin. And now you're comfortable in your own little hell of getting high. Right. Why do you get high? Right. You get high because your ass is in hell.
Yeah. And by the time
you should be high off your high off the truth.
Yeah.
But you should be high off your wife, your life, but not in this hell. Go ahead, brother.
By the time Jake trying to find out what the solution is, it's too late.
It's too late.
You ain't gonna be able to get the guns. Like, you know, you're done.
I had a neighbor next door to me, a couple of neighbors. Man, the woman got everything, man. Right. Man, they feminists, man. I'm tired of this feminist shit. But motherfucker, did you see it?
Yeah.
You were the one moved out the way and told the woman she's great. Right. You were the one that told her she was a queen, man. Yep. Now she's a queen and you mad. What does queens do? They run everything. They fuck everybody. Now you mad.
Yep.
What the fuck you mad about?
People, what is it? Charming this serpent.
Yeah, I get that, The Rock. Well, see, chessboard. You know, somebody get that on the pocket. On the chessboard, the queen is able to do.
Oh yeah, they do whatever the fuck she want to do.
Yeah, some people look at it like you gotta protect her. Bullshit. The king is supposed to be able to do every damn thing, man. Yeah. This society is built off the Queen of Heaven, man.
But then when you tell Jake about it, you tell you tell them that what the problem is, they don't want to hear it. You know.
Oh, don't say too much. Because there's people in the comment board said, y'all keep talking about the woman. This is not about the woman. It's about saving the souls of the elect, man.
Yeah.
That's what it's about.
The only idiot on this comment board was what I'm looking at now. It's all about the title, whatever, man. You know, you got it. That's good.
So, if you see anything crazy, just block it.
I just leave it up there.
You know, instead of getting edified.
Yeah, I just leave it up there because we don't entertain that stuff, you know. You know, if it ain't about nothing, we ain't gonna entertain.
Yeah, but you know, we watching over the flock, man.
Yeah.
This like right now, this word is pure, man. And we don't need no impurity.
Yeah.
Fucking niggas. That's up to your discretion. But niggas, man.
Yeah.
I don't deal with it.
Yeah.
I don't deal with it, man. Because a lot of people just come on the comment board or come to be seen to be entertained.
That's all.
That's all it is. All right, go ahead. Yep, but go ahead and just block them, man. Block them.
This is Ecclesiastes, chapter 12, and verse 10. It says, never trust thy enemy, but like the iron work, so is his wickedness.
You might have somebody new. You might have somebody new coming in, and that's what we're doing. We're going to edify the new brothers. And you're not new, but I'm talking about somebody just like, hey, look at that, what's going on there? And then they see the video, and then a scoffer comes in there and say, how do you know God is real? We can't entertain that shit. Now, if they're the elect, they're going to get it regardless. But our job, the Most High got us in the kickback. Our job is still to watch over the souls of the elect. That's for another time, man. We deal with it on our own time doing videos, you know? Go ahead.
Yeah. It says, though he humble himself and go crouching, yet take a good heed and beware of him.
Yeah, like with our children. We wouldn't want a pedophile around our children.
Right. Get the water, no pet.
Get his ass the fuck out of here. Go ahead, brother.
I was gonna say how people have been for the longest enabled the so-called white man and his wickedness. You know, they're corrected, but that's the Lord. It says only he who lets will let. You know, until he be taken out of the way. So the Lord is allowing Esau to do the wickedness. You know, and to be the devil that he is. The word devil or the deceiver or accuser. You know, to defeat the devil. And there's more and more of the end days come, right? He's going to be more. That's what we read. The devil is coming to you having great wrath. You know, so he's going to continue to do more wicked stuff to try to deceive people. We're going to see even more deceptive tactics from this devil.
Yeah, that's why we see vigilant. These watch. You're going to have guys that come on the comment board or come on your comment board personal channel coming up with new doctrines, man. Now, if it's meant to deal with it, we'll deal with it. If it's a sincerity. But for the most part, it's always some new bullshit. They're not there for the truth. They're only there to cause some division, the purpose of the channel. You know? So that, you know what happened to Scoffer? Saw that word scoffer and said, because he knew he was a scoffer.
I think they said something about worser.
Yeah, well, that's what it was about. That's why I was left.
That's why I titled it that.
Yeah.
Because people will say worser isn't the word.
Yeah, they'll say worse instead of worse.
We aren't freaking this language that we speak.
I did that on purpose. Anyway. I did that on purpose.
But even still, if somebody mispronounces a word, you know, if somebody says something wrong, that means that they're wrong automatically.
The word Israelite isn't even in the spell check.
It's not. You're right.
Worser.
People like that are the same type.
I did that on purpose, man. So I really wasn't saying that shit.
People like that are the same people every day on the damn game.
I know how to spell worse, man. I just did that on purpose.
But the
because they're scoffers.
The scriptures say the wisdom of this world is foolishness with the Lord, man. You know, because you people, you want to be all eloquent in your speech. That don't mean that you're right with the Lord, man.
This English language is fucked up anyway.
That you smart. Yeah. That's not what it's about. Using big words. You know, we try to go into the truth behind all this stuff, man.
Again, I did it on purpose. That's why I put scoff on it. But I knew Jake would do that, man. Yeah, all of that, that's not the real word, but I did it on purpose. You got some more,
you stutter or something. You know, Moses wasn't an eloquent speaker. You know, but people would have said Moses was messed up. You know, you got people who do that. You know, because you mispronounce a word that you all of a sudden an idiot or something, man.
They're not. That proves they're not there for the message. They're there to critique. That's all that shit is about. I see the title. Yep, something up. If he was really sincere, He would say, "Well, this is talking about. I already know all that shit.
Yeah.
I want to see what's going on." This is the carnal mind.
Yeah.
That's the carnal mind. That's the type of guy that he's got to look at a woman strictly for the beauty and not for her spirit. And we always like that when we were young. But you're supposed to be looking at the person for the inside. That's a carnal mind.
Water is
I
not
don't want
wet.
nobody like that.
Water is not wet. That'd be the type of thing.
It says, though he humble himself in both housing, yet take good heed and beware of it, and thou shalt be unto him as if thou hast wiped a wicked glass.
Now hold on. That was the same thing about the hard day. He threw that stumbling block about the Edomites bowing down.
Yep.
What I did in that title was a stumbling block.
Yeah, but Jake do that.
You know?
I even see on worldly channels when it, Jake, not even just Jake, just people in general. You may have misspelled something, and it's spelled this way, not that way. It's like, man, y'all motherfuckers do too much. Man.
They're not in it. They're not in it for the actual content. They're in it for the correction.
Yeah, it's like that's not what the video was
If you
about.
Jakes was so damn deep, get your ass up, get a sign, and come out and show us what works really is.
Yeah.
But you won't do that.
Have the, one of the whiteboards, right over there.
Even a white woman is doing that.
They are.
I saw a white woman holding up the sign, Jesus is coming back.
Yeah.
The Edomites, you niggas are worse than the Edomites in Jeremiah 5:28. They surpass the deeds of the wicked. The white man wouldn't come on. I guarantee you that wasn't a white man or woman did that.
No, that was Jake. No,
You know it was a nigga.
his name
was a
even
nigga.
the name even proves it. That's a Jake.
You know damn well.
Yeah.
Damn well I wasn't no Edomite coming on there doing that. You know?
Yeah.
You know where I see that a lot? That game, Roblox. That's
Yeah.
where I see that a lot.
Yep.
The minor things.
That nigga's so goddamn smart, but haven't even graduated. They don't even have a college degree, and they're gonna try to correct you on how to spell something.
Yeah, bro. Hey, look, bro. It's this way, bro. That was a Jake, man. You saw it?
Fucking nigga. I don't even call him a Jake. It's a nigga.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Let him finish on that.
And thou shalt be unto him as if thou hast wiped a looking glass, and thou shalt know that his wrong has not been altogether wiped away. Set him not idly, lest when he have overthrown thee, he stand up in thy place. Neither let him sit at the right hand, lest he have seat to take thy seat, and thou and me at the last remember my word.
Yeah, yesterday I did a video on a guy that Jake that bugged out about Apostle Paul talking about the woman about it, and I put it in the screen title. Jake is whack and worse. You know, right? I did that on purpose. I know that ain't the real, but I did it because if you can imagine something being worse than the worst, you know, and just short, it actually should be a word, like loser. You know, go ahead.
It says, and be quick.
And even if it was, but even if that's the case, even if that was the case, right? And somebody did something, so people can't make mistakes, you know? Right? People are crazy. You got it. They ain't in it for the content. That's the bottom line. They're in it for the show. Go ahead.
It says, and be quick therewith. Who will pity a charmer that is bitten with a serpent?
Yeah, that serpent is Esau. Okay? Our people have made this devil who they are. They was balling in the Caucasus Mountain. Okay? And that was Jake that went to Esau and they freaking pretty much changed them, you know, to who they are. And this devil has overcame our people, you know, through the spirit and power of the Lord, you know. But they was in the freaking Caucasus Mountains, didn't have no language, no culture. They always had no culture.
Right.
Talk about my nothing like that. Yeah. But our people, so-called Negroes, okay, we went to Caucasus Mountains, and what? Now we got this devil reigning over us today. You know, black woman, you can see the look in her face. She's like, if I had a knife, I can spray all, I shoot all of you fuckers. That bitch a Tech 9, she gonna just spray the whole corner.
Hey, she knows she ain't standing. That's why the Lord put the spirit on her to shut the fuck up, man. Don't even say shit.
But the niggas on the corner sell all kind of crack.
Yep.
They ain't got shit to say.
Yep. See,
That's her own sons and grandsons doing that shit.
little children, little children, infants got to breathe in weed smoking shit, man.
Right.
That's crazy.
Go ahead. Yeah, the scripture.
How much you want to bet that her son was probably one of those Swedish kids that pulled somebody out the car?
It's her beating her ass. She has nothing to say about that. Nothing to say. It's their own business. Let them mind their business. Well, we're minding our business. Now what? Black ass heretic. Go ahead. The heretic of Eve.
Yeah.
Write a book, The Heretic
The
of Eve.
heretic of Eve. Have her ugly ass face up there for the title. I mean, on the
She
cover.
just mad.
Yeah.
But I don't get it. You got your nice car. You got your nice job. They all just angry. They still ain't satisfied. And half of them got white men. What are you angry about?
I got a quick one for you on the comment board real quick. It's from Kazakh. It says, this is Mark chapter 8, verse 38. Whosoever therefore shall be ashamed of me and of my words in this adulterous and sinful generation, of him also shall the Son of Man be ashamed when he cometh in the glory of his Father with the holy angels.
Right. And the missiles.
And yep. So she ain't nothing but missile food, man. And just like that idiot that got on the comment board, she ain't nothing but missile food, man.
You were saying about worse than people want to be spell checkers. 1 Corinthians 2:1. And our brethren, when I came to you, came not with excellency of speech or of wisdom, declaring unto you the testimony of Yahweh.
Con.
English language is a bastard language.
English language is effeminate and soft, man.
Yeah, when you look at the word tie, T-I-E,
Yeah.
that same word is in the necktie.
Yeah.
That same word is running a race.
Yeah,
They're two different words.
There, and there.
There. Those are called homeographs or homophones. So what?
No, don't just saying what's better the word is.
Yeah.
There's another scripture on there to us.
There's words in the Old English that's not in the English language. When you read the Old English of the King James, there's words in there that don't even have nothing to do with the words in English. The real English language is not American English.
No.
By the way.
No.
You know? Like they tomato, you know. Like in England they'll say a flat, and here they'll say apartment, which apartment means separate, and mint means the people. But yet they all crammed up together. How the fuck is that an apartment, man? Lad, yeah. Lawyer, they'll say a barrister or something like that. So everything's different, man. You know? You know what? Real quick. Matthew 13:9. There's another one I called. I can't remember. Matthew 12:36. Or Mark 12:36. Mark 12:36. Yeah, Matthew 13:9 real quick.
Just thinking, missile food.
Yep.
You know what they should do? That one paint job that they get on jet, the front has the face with sharp teeth on it. They should do that to the missile.
They probably will. They do. They do.
Yeah.
They do.
Yeah, they decorate them and everything.
Painted like that with the sharp front.
Yeah.
They actually do. Go ahead, brother.
They look better with a missile.
Matthew 13:9. Who has ears to hear, let him hear.
That's the whole point. You can drop it. That's the whole point. That's the missile. If you have an ear, like we all hear cars and shit, but that don't mean we're hearing the truth.
Right.
To be carnally minded, people are like, well, look, we can hear. We hear the cars, we hear the rain. That's not the hearing he's talking about. Go ahead, get that. Well, first off, you don't want to hear those missiles, man. That's coming. That's what plus your goddamn eardrums, man. You know, just the sound of that shit, man. Hearing all the people crying. Yep.
All right, brother, go ahead.
Yeah. This is Mark chapter 12, verse 39, 36, 36.
I think I told you Matthew 12, 36.
That's Mark.
No, I said Matthew at first, and then Mark, because I didn't know where he was going. What it says?
It says, the day that himself.
No, go Matthew 12, 36. That's what I originally told him.
When the Lord returns, you ain't gonna say, "Lord, I don't know the difference between worse and worse." That shit ain't gonna mean nothing, man.
Or missile and missile.
Yeah. Yup. Nuclear. Nuclear.
Yep.
You know, it's
Nuclear.
yeah, something like that.
That was all a stumbling block, though. I know worse than wasn't an actual terminology, but no, it's Israelite.
Yeah.
In fact, when you go to the news, they got something called the Urban Dictionary, where every year they're adding new words. Think about it.
What a thing.
That's why you go to the definition of a word, they'll say 1, A, B, C, D, because they keep adding words into the dictionary.
That's always been with Jake. Jake always come up with new words and stuff, man. You know, slang language, man.
But if it ain't the white man says it, it's not cool.
Right.
Well, now as soon as the white man say worse is a word, I ain't got nothing to say no more.
I'm gonna be honest though, if you can't tell the difference from word, you the only one on the comment board say that shit. You can't tell the difference from worse or worser. Something wrong with you.
Worse should be a word.
Yeah. But
It
something
means worse than the worst.
yeah, but something's wrong with you if you can't tell.
That's why you shorten it.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
The bottom line is, that people don't want to be told, y'all my teachers, people don't want to be told by y'all, educated by y'all. That's how we are. Right. Let's get back to what you said.
Right.
The main part of the whole situation is listen to what's coming out.
The message.
The prophets.
Right.
Stop. Can't block this out.
That's the title of the thing. Scoffers will wax worse.
They always trying to, you did this. Oh, he wore this type of shirt. And he did this. Listen to the word.
If we was Edomites, they'd have walked over.
It's not for everybody. We're not out here for everybody. We only care about them out here. We don't care about all that other stuff getting into the intricacies of how people think.
And we're not gonna make an hour-long live stream on that.
It's only about the elect at the end of the day. If you can't receive what we said, we're
moving
on.
on.
The ears to hear, the eyes to see. It's not for you. We're moving on.
Brings it out in this video. If you don't like what we said, click off the video.
Sorry, brother. We didn't know it, man. We didn't know it. Proverbs 12:23. A stupid man keeps his knowledge to himself, but a foolish heart brings his folly. It says here, actually, I'm going to jump down to Proverbs 18:7. It says, "The fool's mouth is his ruin, and his lips are a snare to his soul."
Yeah, but that's the whole job of Scoffers. That's why I titled it that. Scoffers' job is to take you off course of what's actually being done.
Right.
And then what happens is every minute you spend on time trying to deal with what a scoffer had to say is the time you're taking away from the Lord. So that's why we're moving on, man. We're not gonna keep dealing with this shit.
Well, you know how long that comment been up there for like an hour because I was like, fuck it, you know, because I'm looking at the scriptures that's on here and brothers that's
Right.
sending edifying, comments and stuff like that. That's
Now
what
you could have left it up. I want to get you on that.
No, you told me to take it down.
I know the apostles do that. They just block this.
Hey, you told me to block it. I block it. I ain't got nothing to say.
I got scripture.
You know.
Hold on, the brother has yeah. Matthew 12,
36.
36. Yeah. It says, but I say unto you that every idle word that men shall speak, they shall give account thereof in the day of judgment.
Yeah, what's that day of judgment, man? You know, when that rain of fire comes down on Babylon. Now that's what we go into.
Yep.
The destruction of Babylon.
Yep.
And really, we're praying to the Lord to put our people out of their misery.
Right.
You know, with the English language, with the Germanic languages, or whatever language. And we all come back to Hebrew and live under one accord. So the missiles is a great thing for our people.
Oh yeah.
You know, that's like drinking Lysol. You know, bleach.
Yeah.
So clean your ass inside out.
You might as well run towards them. This is what
They ain't gonna have to because it's gonna be so much fire. You can't hide from that shit. That wall of fire. A lot of people don't understand this. Everybody think the wall of fire just gonna come over the top surface. Man, that shit gonna, because you got cities underground. That's gonna wipe the streets out and everything underground out. It's gonna take the whole land and desolate it, man. Ain't no people gonna be when the fire missiles hitting. They're gonna be underground in the bunker. You know,
they showed that on Yup. Remember Metro? They showed that on there in Moscow. You know, that's what they showed. You know.
Hiroshima, it was like a big ass crater. That's what it was up the ground pretty much. Like when we see on Gears of War, Hammer of Dawn, it was like big up the ground.
That wind, to describe it as a destroying wind, you know, because that wind gonna come in and there's gonna be another the fire right behind it, you know, which is another strong element. You know, the wind alone is a strong element, right? And then for fire to come right behind that, another element, that's something else, man.
But it's the
destroying water wind might come, you know, you're gonna have tsunamis, you know?
Gas lines, all in the infrastructure, the street.
Yeah, they got a bomb called Satan that'll destroy Baltimore and DC in a blast radius. Right? And that wind he's talking about, I used to study a little bit of that shit because I was intrigued. That wind he's talking about, when that wind comes, it'll take all these cars and just throw them like they're pieces of rocks.
Yeah, I was thinking about
like
that.
nothing.
I was thinking about that, like on 83. It's a bridge.
Yeah.
Somebody could be driving down that, man, and the whole wind is just blow your whole car off that bridge, man.
The bridge is over.
Burn the bridge.
About the actual wind, because I know the radiation coming blows quick.
The radiation too. Yeah.
Don't it actually explode before it hit the ground?
Yeah, it detonates in the atmosphere, miles above the earth. Now, everybody think the missile is gonna come down and hit the ground and a button on it and detonate. No, man, them bitches detonate in the air. That's how you get the mushroom cloud.
I think the only one of the only movies that showed that was Resident Evil.
Resident Evil did show that.
They showed it and it detonated. I think in the middle of the umbrella court, but it didn't hit the ground. It detonated in the air, and then that's when all this shit happened.
Return of the Living Dead did that too. Terminator did it too.
Yeah.
You know? When it detonates like a couple of miles above the earth, and when it comes down, it's a force of fire, and then it creates a big crater. And when it comes back, that's when you get that mushroom. That's in the scripture there. It should be like a scroll.
Yeah, that's what we got right now.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Isaiah 34:4. And all the hosts of heaven shall be dissolved, and the heavens shall be rolled together as a scroll.
Now, what the nuclear bomb, years ago they called it the atom bomb. Atom goes to the word atmosphere. It was called splitting the atoms. Now they have nuclear, which is the nucleus of the atom, fusing atoms. So it's a much stronger force. And what it does is it fractures atoms. Like all of us, everything is made up of atoms. So it fractures the atoms and it causes high intense heat, like the sun. So a nuclear bomb is really a small sun. Because if you get too close to the sun, its radiation will kill your ass.
That's why when you blow it, it'll be a flash of light.
It'll be a flash of light. Yep.
They explain how it's technique too, but it's almost like as if they got an inbuilt gun inside of their
It's a trigger.
yeah, it's like
Yep. It shoots it's a trigger, and as it's coming down, when it reaches top speed, there's a trigger inside, and it flickers, and it shoots it up to the warhead. Because the missile is maybe 10 feet long, 100 feet long, but the front of it is where all the danger at. The missile is just to get you to the location. You know? Go ahead. There was more there. But we don't want to talk all about missiles.
Hey, but
The missiles aren't in the scripture. You know? Hey, you got guys that say the missiles ain't in the scripture.
yeah, you're an idiot.
This is Revelation 9 and 17 now, when John the Revelator saw this, right? Missiles didn't exist back during his time. You know, so he wrote it to the best way that he can describe it. Okay? But this is Revelation 9 and 17. And it says, and thus I saw the horses in the vision, and them that sat on them having breastplates of fire and of jacinth and brimstone, right? And it says, and the horses, and the heads of the horses were as the heads of lions, and out of their mouth issued fire and smoke and brimstone. Okay, and by these three was the third part of men killed, and by the fire and by the smoke and by the brimstone issued out of their mouths. So those missiles, man, it's another one that says with their heads, they do hurt. You know, in the book of Revelation, you know, because those missiles, that nuclear warhead that's at the front of the missile, is only one part at the bottom of it, right? That propels it, gets it up into the outer atmosphere, right? And then the rest of it shoots it, and then it comes down to where it's supposed to go at. What is going up into the atmosphere? Parts of the missile falls off. Okay, then the rest of it falls off, and then it comes down. Okay, and then it explodes. Okay, the part of the missile is most of it. That you were just saying that most of the missile is really long, but most of it is just to get it to where it got to go at. The damaging part is in the warhead, and that warhead can destroy cities. You know, if a missile went off in DC, you would feel it up here in Baltimore. You know, that's how it depends on what type of missile it is. You got some missiles that'll destroy the whole East Coast, whole Texas. You know,
Remember that small explosion that happened a couple months ago in Baltimore?
Oh yeah.
Remember that? And
I thought it was thunder.
we thought it was stuff. We heard that, and they had it on the news. You know, I don't know. You remember that?
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, they said they like people like around the region, but we not even in the region that we heard that shit. You know, and then they had it like maybe like 30 minutes later on the news. They said the article about it. And that was a small explosion, man.
When I sat down,
The ground, yep.
I sat there and said, you know, thunder don't usually have that sudden. I was like, that has to be some sort of explosion.
Yeah.
Now, if I can ask, do y'all brothers know what brimstone is?
Fire?
You said what?
Like fire?
When it says fire and brimstone.
Oh yeah, brimstone like thing stuff like burning something.
You said what?
You know, you put the rock together, brimstone, stuff.
Brimstone is sulfur. Okay, everything has sulfur in it. Okay, and sulfur, when you go into it, is what's going to have those missiles burn at a very high degree. Okay, that's that blue fire, which is one of the hottest fires. Okay, so literally we have sulfur in it, and us, these plants, these trees, all that stuff has sulfur in it. You know, so that's what's going to have the earth to get cleansed.
You go to Home Depot, you buy those propane torches. Because I know I work with those things. And you have the red torch, the yellow torch, and you have the blue torch. The red torch has like red fire, the yellow has the yellow, and the blue has the hottest propane. Now going back to what you said, sulfur is also a healing agent. For people who have burns and cuts, I believe it's sulfur that they'll put on you to help with burns and things like that, or the stomach. If you have stomach irritation, they'll use sulfur. Sulfur, I believe it's sulfur. I know it's in the salt too, where they put down the crack up the ice. Yeah, coal's a cleaning agent. Yeah. That's why the scripture says burn with fire and with coal, like coal. You know, because it's all added together. He was at, you know, look it up on the screen. Yep. I got to get it.
Deuteronomy 32 and 41. It says, if I whip my glittering sword and my hand takes on hold on judgment, I will render vengeance to my enemies and will reward them that hate me.
And that word wet, when you go to WHET for you
people who don't know freaking language. Okay, WHET, it really goes into serpent. Okay, and that's them perfecting those missiles to hit where they gotta go at.
Because when you ever heard of a glittering sword,
Right.
that missile would have to be like glittering sword.
Right.
Yeah, you got people talking about the flat earth. That's another false doctrine. The reason why your plane flies up to 38,000 feet, I think it's 38,000. You go 38,000 feet to come back down to your destination. You know, the earth is set up under time as well. That's a form of time travel.
Yeah.
When you go up, and next thing you know, you can get to here to the Midwest in an hour and a half.
Yeah.
You're going up, and then once you get up, because the globe is kind of round, so you go up, and then you come down to your destination and hit your target, which is at 38,000 feet. So that's the same thing with the missiles. The missiles go up, and by the time they hit break the atmosphere and get up, then they come back down. Time is different up there. That's why when you stand out here and you look up at a plane, it looks like it's going very slow. Right? That bitch going 300 miles an hour. It makes sense that the Lord's time is different than our time.
Hey, you know, a lot of pilots, they age first.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, different time zones.
If you see a older person going a fighter jet, and they start, especially when they fly really fast at a higher altitude, they go young for a split second or so.
They say a lot of pilots, they age faster than regular people. People that fly for a living, they age.
The people that go up in NASA, what's that man? I think you did the video of the call. That man went up in NASA, he was out of space, up in the space station, and his heart shrunk or something.
Oh, yeah, that was I did a video.
Yeah, I actually did a video off of your video.
Yeah, it's hard strong.
Yeah, his heart just shrunk up.
Hey.
Yeah, his little heart.
That's crazy.
You know, ain't no business up there.
Yeah, that's what the Lord's.
That's why when those missiles are shot off and the electric beams up, they're gonna have to have a whole new body. Because that being up there in that atmosphere with the planes and stuff, you lose your oxygen, all type of stuff, man. You know? So to be up there where the outside is, first off, they say he's not coming as a man, you know? So when he comes and then the electric gets beamed up, the scriptures describe that. They're gonna be looking down on the world. It's being destroyed. And that's it's gonna look beautiful. Isaiah 15. If somebody can get that, bro, that's stuff up. I'm in Revelation 14. 14.
I'm already in Revelation 18.
14 and 1, I believe. 14.
Yeah, just look it up. You know, make sure. Revelation 18:21. It says, and a mighty angel took up a stone like a great millstone and cast it into the sea, saying, thus with violence shall that great city Babylon be thrown down, and shall be found no more at all.
That's the only way they're going to learn. With violence, by the Lord destroying them. I'm going to throw down.
Wait a minute. Use your inside voice, and violence is never always the answer.
Yeah,
That's what they teach you when you do that peace tactic.
Yeah.
And keep you dumb.
Yeah.
Like when that shit happened with the atom bomb in Hiroshima and Nagasaki.
Right.
You know, my school teacher told me it had to happen to end the war faster. So you mean to tell me you got a nuclear irradiate people, right? Burning up innocent people to end the war faster? That's what they told you, dumbasses, man.
Right.
That ain't how wars are won. But this ultimate war is going to be won that way, though. And a sense is right, because when the Most High dropped them missiles, it's going to end all pain and suffering.
You know, you ever beat somebody's ass, and then afterwards they humble. You know, they start seeing things your way now.
That's not my ass beat that way. That happened to all of us.
Esau gonna have to do that. Once we put them in the chains, you know, you beat their ass. That's what they gonna realize. Like, damn, they fucked up. But they're gonna have to learn that through the violence of Babylon and take it down.
That's another demon. You can't reason with the Edomite. You know, have logical discussion.
Why would you want to? Like vocab and them, right? You know.
Yeah.
Oh, good on
She
Mario.
clearly see a devil talk.
Yeah, he look like Mario.
Vocab don't have the heart to even understand what we about. You know, everything about what he does is trying to counter what Israelites do. You got that revelation? Yeah. Because this is what's going to happen when Yahweh Shah returns. Okay? And that salvation from those nuclear missiles that a lot of these scoffers are going to be a part of, man. That's what the title's about. Waxing worship. You don't like it? F you. A lot of 2/3 of scoffers, man. I just saw that word scoffer and like, that's me. In front of that scoffer case. That's me. Go ahead. But is it safe to say all of the 2/3 of scoffers? Because at some point they heard it and they didn't listen to it. Yeah, they all scoffers. So they scoff, they walk into their own lust. It could be your grandmother, your auntie Maybelline, your mother.
Maybelline.
She heard you was Israelite and she scoffed at it. Scoffing 2/3 of my people want to be destroyed. Make fun of you. That's all they started laughing. It's crazy though, because they grew up in church reading about the Israelites. You know what I do? I say you're laughing. But I would laugh when Christmas comes and you think some fat ass white man coming down the chimney that you don't have and put gifts and presents out. You damn sure right.
This fat motherfucker can fit chimney.
We don't even have a chimney.
Hey, happen. Yeah, like, come on, man.
This was, man, I would laugh when you and your little granny children running around with Easter eggs and shit and looking for rabbits. And they'll say, it's for the children. That ain't for no children. Well, what the hell is Christmas, Santa Claus, and his fairy tale have to do? Nothing to do. It's a fairy tale.
Pedophile that.
Mm-hmm.
So get about it. I had my son, I wouldn't dare let my son sit on no goddamn fat white man lap. Or any man lap. Any man lap. I can sit on a woman's lap. Yeah. I ain't real small. You know. But you're supposed to, it's supposed to be reversed. But you know, that's how they got to Mary. They show Mary and Yahweh Shah. They always show Mary and the little baby Jesus. He came into earth as a child, made sense, but his works wasn't until he got older. That's what matters. Him dying, bringing it, you know, going around in the ministry and dying for the children of Israel. That's what really mattered. He just had to come on earth. He came through the woman. I mean, through his father and through the woman. So, you know, somebody laughing at you about the Israelites, I'm gonna just break out laughing. Yeah, man, that Christmas.
Yeah, well, you know, when your 4th of July parades keep getting shot up,
Yeah.
you know, or your Juneteenth parades keep getting shot up, then we gonna be laughing.
Hey, motherfuckers out at night. I remember at night. Them motherfuckers was up all night shooting
Man.
all night. And then they posted, like when we was young, you had to go to the little corner store and buy a little firecrackers. Now they got a big yellow dumpster.
Yes.
Selling out of there and selling you all this shit.
Train container.
And then motherfuckers spend up all that money.
Yeah.
Hundreds of dollars on fireworks for a few minutes of pleasure.
But complain about gas prices and food prices and shit. No, I don't want to hear that
They
shit.
could have spent that $100 on a hooker and been happy.
Yeah.
If I can say this, I'm just joking, man. If I can say this, that the fireworks, that's our own fireworks. The nuclear missiles are the fireworks for our enjoyment, right? You know. And like the brother said, we're gonna enjoy that. Yeah, we're gonna see it. And Lord willing, we have to elect. You know, you got it. The scripture, Revelation 15, and 2. Revelation 15 and 2. It says, and I saw it, and I saw as it were a sea of glass mingled with fire. And that sea of glass mingled with fire, that's the firmament, which is the clouds. When the elect are on those chariots where Yahweh Shai is, they're going to be looking down, okay? And you're going to see the world is just getting hit with those missiles.
Yeah, we don't need no sunroof. No, we ain't gonna have no sunroof on the car. We gonna have a missile floor.
A floor roof.
The floor roof.
You know, to be able to see out. Yeah. You got it's more than like a window. You know how it's gonna feel, brothers, that when you finally get Lord willing with the elect and look down and see this ditch on fire, we're gonna be cheering. That means all our problems are done. See, in order for us to feel that way, we have to hate this shit down. That's the only way we're gonna feel that way. If you beamed up and you really love this place, you'll be like, damn. Like Job was it Job wife? Lot's wife, Salaki. Lot's wife looked back. She wasn't in no oppression like that. She missed it. Right. You know? And they don't say, but how much was going on? You can imagine what she had been into or what was happening for her to miss that shit. Yeah. She was only able to even escape. She was only even able to escape that because of what she didn't, but she had the opportunity to escape because of what? You know, that shows you that women are saved through men. Noah's wife was saved, and their son, was saved because of the works of what Noah has done. You know, you got more on that? There's more on that? There's more. So the elect is going to get beamed up, right where Yahweh Shai is, okay? On that same chariot where Yahweh Shai is. You want to see Yahweh Shai, you know? And when we're looking down, is the world is getting hit with those missiles. Says that the world is going to rock to and fro. Like I don't know. Right?
This is, and them that had gotten the victory over the beast.
That got the victory over the beast, this man,
and over his image, and over his mark, and over the number of his name, stand on the sea of glass, having the harps of Yahweh.
So that's the mark. That means, the TV. Yeah. You got the image and the mark. The image goes back to the philosophers, going back to the Roman Empire. You know, so you have the mark of the beast and his image. So obviously, if you take, you know, people getting tripped up and saying, see, why does it say two? Because if you accept the mark, you accept the philosophies of everything that comes with it.
Yep.
And let's say you don't take the mark.
You're still accepting the images.
And you say, well, I don't believe in that, but I don't believe in the Most High.
Yeah.
Right. You're going to die anyway.
That's still,
You accept the philosophy.
yeah, because that's like being atheist or whatever.
Yeah, because you have the image where in the book of Genesis, the first chapter, where it says, let us make man in our image. You know, that's the image of the godly figure that the Lord wants us to be in. It's Israel, you know, not to be a nigga, you know. But I got more. It's another scripture with the prophecy, right? You got that? Yeah. So the elect get beamed up, right? See all this destruction. Revelation 21:2.
It says, and I, John, saw the holy city, New Jerusalem.
Right? A city is a people before it's a place. And it comes from citizen.
Coming down from Yahweh out of heaven.
So when the elect get beamed up, they're gonna be coming down. Okay, that's New Jerusalem, the elect coming down. Okay, so now let me say this before we go on for edification purposes. When the IUIC teaches this, the Lord gonna give us a new name, right? And it says, it's in Revelation. It says you would get a new name, so you ain't gotta call on Yahweh Shai. But that new name is talking about the New Jerusalem coming down, you know. And let's say the Lord going to give us a new name, even though the scripture says his name's forever. Well, let's say, okay, the Lord going to give us a new name. Will you still abandon the old one until you get the new one? Like if your name is Tahakia, everybody call you that, but you're going to get another name. So what are we going to call you now? Malik? No, we're going to call you by your name. Yo, play, they said you could call the Lord jalapeno peppers if you want.
Yeah. I call them.
That's
Dumbass
worshiping.
niggas, man.
That's really what you know that's going into making idols unto other gods.
Yep.
You're making idols unto the peppers and the plants.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. I ain't gonna be sitting up there praying in the name of your jalapeno.
I just want to bring that out. Because they're talking about the new heaven and new earth. That's what that is. It's going to be a new establishment. You know, a new government. You know, that new Jerusalem. That's the new government. You know, that's the new people. That's the firstborn of the kingdom. Okay, and we're going to have to teach our children and their children. They all going to be taught the right way. They're not going to go off no more. The Lord said He's going to wipe away all fear. You know, well, really, we ain't going to have to teach them. The scriptures say you don't have to teach every man his neighbor no more. That's the new covenant. You know? That's Hebrews 8. That's the new covenant. We can get that. When the time comes, there ain't gonna be no need for repentance. The Lord is gonna give a repentance. That's why He's destroying this place, man. This place is gonna be a remembrance, a new monumental thing of where the Lord glorified His name out of the land of Egypt. Because this going to be, you want to see that smoke of Babylon going up for a long period of time. Speaking of movies, who's seen the movie Time Machine? Not the old one. But the old one.
I see both of them.
You see both of them? Yeah. After he went way into the future through the portal, same shit. And they had a memorial of America, of the New York City, the bridge of New York and all that. They had a memorial, and all the people went around together to worship the memorial of New York being destroyed, America being destroyed. And then under the ground, you had the Morlocks, right? They say evolved into cannibals and shit. They really represent Edomite. Oh, you can flip it around and say that represents us coming out of the dust. You know, however you want to see it. But to me, those are Edomites, you know, praying or eating Jake for the slaughter. And it's a good movie to watch. Oh, you go ahead, brother. Yep, Planet of the Apes. Yep. But over Charleston Heston. Yep. He's like, no! So they showed the Statue of Liberty. All right, go ahead.
Coming down from the hour out of heaven, prepared as a bride adorned for her husband. And I heard a great voice out of heaven saying, behold, the tabernacle of Yahweh with men.
Woo. So it's going to be men that are going to be ruling. We're going to have no Kamala Harris's, you know, no more voting. You know, that position of rulership, you know, that the electors going to have is going to be an everlasting kingdom.
Yep.
One that's never going to be taken away.
We don't supposed to vote, right?
No, we're not going to vote.
Your mom girl asked us to vote, and I'm like, no, we don't supposed to vote. I think it was a scripture I read, so I forgot it.
That's in Believers, Deuteronomy. Yeah, several scriptures on it. That's supposed to vote. The Lord is really sets up people. And then when you go into that whole voting, yeah, we did that through the scripture. President only rules for about 4 years. What is that? You can't say they rule because they have to do it.
Right. People that get the elite, right?
They just only speak on what they have to do.
They just set up that happened in Rome.
I was going to say that.
Set up certain people and they set up a voter.
They sure did.
They sure did. The CV institution.
Yep. They had the same system.
They had the same damn system. And they were always for the people. Each side was for the people. Get that. 2 Samuel 2 and 7, 2 and 6.
Yeah.
2 and 7. Go to 7.
Okay, so
It might be 1 Samuel. It's 2 and 7. We're gonna get that point first. So ultimately, it's all the Lord. Now the Lord do set up kings on the earth. You got it yet? What is that? First Samuel.
Okay.
Never got that. So sometimes we go somewhere else and jump and you never get it.
Hell, he does.
All right.
He jumped.
Yep, this is 1 Samuel 2 and 6.
What is happening?
4 to 7. Okay, it says, the Lord maketh poor and maketh rich. He bringeth low and lifteth up.
So that's why this man is ruling. The Lord brought him under power. He ain't gonna come down himself. Well, you get in order. You get in power. He don't gonna do that. So I go ahead. Remember, who blessed the white man with his power? Huh? The Most High, but who else? Who here on earth set up the white man to get his power? Yep. Ultimately, who blessed Esau with the sword? Isaac. Who was Jehovah? And that's something. Which you were right. You were right, the Lord. But the Most High used Isaac to bless him, to give him the sword, and he's going to use his son to come back and take the sword from him. And that's something.
That is something. Yeah, that's crazy.
But yeah, you're going to have him, because the Most High deals with generations. Time is different. So yeah, you got it now, Esau. You're doing great. But his son is coming back to take that from you with, what he say? He take up the wise in their own craftiness. The missiles is another sword set up by the Most High that's going to take it back from him. Like the Most High don't need to send his son to do it.
Right.
He can just send the missiles on.
Right.
But Yahushua, Revelation 1 and 7, he's got to get his revenge. That's why he said, sit down on my right hand till I make thy enemies my footstool. So Yahushua, like, I want front row seat. I want a piece of the action. So as he coming, he shoot lasers and beam down and he come back into power and put these other heathen nations in subjection, the Edomites. You know, and he's going to use his mission to help us do that. You know, women ain't going to be, oh, that's another thing. He don't even need us. Yeah, he don't need us. But he's going to use us to do it. He said, Jeremiah 51, thou art my battle axe. Yep. You know, with you I will break the nations in pieces. You know, but he's going to use that as men. You know, the elect. So that's a strong thing. You know, to feed the front runners. You know, to get the world in order. You know, or runners. Go across somebody's head with a rod of iron. That's something, man. Yeah. No, you don't need us to do anything. He could just wipe it all out. Yeah. Beam his elect up and start. In fact, he could just put the spirit in all Jake to do right if he wanted to. And don't destroy anything. That's why you got those wicked Jakes saying that there's no missiles in the Bible. Where's that? That's another sometime because they talk about words. Well, the Bible don't say missiles. It say glittering sword.
Yeah.
The Bible don't say America either, but they know it's America, right? Right. I got something. This is that question that you had just asked, right? About the kings, right? The Moses. Deuteronomy 17 and 14, right? But it's talking about Israel, right? This is a law, right? For our people. When thou art come unto the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee, and shall possess it, and shall dwell therein,
And so say, I will set a king over me, like as all the nations that are about me. Thou shalt in any wise set him king over thee, whom the Lord thy God shall choose.
Right. Right.
One
Right.
from among thy brethren
Yep.
shalt thou set king over thee.
Yep.
Thou mayest not set a stranger over thee, which is not your brother.
That's the one right
You have
there.
people that vote for Donald Trump
Yeah.
or with Joe Biden.
That's
You got to vote for Joe Biden, the lesser evil.
Sleepy Joe.
No, he's not. He's not our people. He's never been for our people. Yeah, there's videos of him actually trying to condemn our people.
got locked up.
Yeah.
Locked up.
Yeah, freaking Bill Clinton. If Bill Clinton had the ability to run for president again, he gonna freaking put people in jail. And you know, niggas they love Bill Clinton. They think he's black a black man. That's why they think he's black. He's 40 years, you know. That's why I kind of like Bill Clinton. Though. I thought he was cool. But if he had a chance to run again, you know, he was wicked though. He was responsible for getting a black woman on welfare and putting them over, uplifting of the Queen of Heaven. But it ain't him. It's the elite doing that shit. We're supposed to put our own people on this. Even though we're not in position of rulership, this ain't our kingdom.
Right.
You know, why would we want to vote when we're not a part of this society?
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, I had my family, right? One of my uncles, he was saying that, man, I hate this guy Donald Trump, man. Since he been in office, my taxes went all the way up, man. I'm like, man, well, that's good for you, then. You know, you shouldn't have voted. That's why he said he was voting for Donald Trump, for Joe Biden, because his taxes don't went up.
Then why would we want to vote for them? They treat us like shit anyway.
Right. But ain't the voting thing supposed to get better? Why have things got better? It just got worse and worse.
They got shot. They got shot up in New York. Next day, bring Asian people talk for Asian hate. I'm like, y'all so dumb. Y'all can vote.
Right.
Every time some mass shooting is black people. It's fucking fucked up, man. It's
But that's the way. First off, we're not supposed to get taxed. You know that's in the scriptures. It's called usury. We're not supposed to. You're not supposed to do usury. That's what taxes do. You know, and that we're subject to taxes in the society. You don't pay your taxes, you end up going to jail. You know, and that was a Roman thing back then. You know, when they came to Yahweh, you know, he said, you gonna pay your taxes? He said, bring them unto Caesar what is Caesar. Well, bring them unto the Lord what is the Lord. You know, because in Israel, right? That wasn't the case, right? This is Exodus 22 and 25. It says, if thou lend money to any of my people that is poor by thee, thou shalt not be to him as a usurer, right? Neither shalt thou lay upon him usury. Yep. When you go into usury, the illegal action or practice of lending money at unreasonably high rates of loan sharks. That's what it's all about.
Yeah.
You wish they got it from Jake. If you give somebody, well, you ask for $25 for someone, right? Or I'm going to give you $25 back, straight up. Well, I believe you can charge some interest, sort of pay the person back, some sort of interest to it, but not abusively. Yeah, that goes into if that person is a sincere person. Right. You know? Even now, yeah, you know, 25, say you give 25 back, you don't need to put no interest on that. Yeah. Then you go a couple extra, still 40, 50, you know? That's from them looking out for you. Right. Yeah, but if it's like a business deal, yeah. And you want to make money from off, right? You want to share. That's how this place works. Yeah, that's how they make money. I believe in if you stole, you had to give that person back. Some form of. That's what I meant to say. But if you loan somebody money, they just give, if you owe $25, they got to give that 20. You don't ask for $70 back. Yeah. Especially you don't do that to your brother. You know. Now the heathens, there was laws against the Gentiles. You know, but to your brethren, that's the laws was for.
Yeah. And if
You do that in the heathen, you know.
if a gate wasn't able to pay, it would be an indentured servitude. You paid
Right.
off
It
in
paid off some kind of way.
Yeah. It wasn't no, oh, you borrowed $25 back from me. I need $100 on top of this.
It's a good interest.
Yeah. Now the Lord, He's able to do that. You know?
Well, he requires our blood.
Yeah.
He want what we are doing with interest. Because we are in debt unto the Lord. Honestly, all of us are in debt unto the Lord. So when the Lord give us this penny that we all have, right, and he require us to pay him back more, you know, to go out there and flip with this knowledge that you have, use your talent. You know, the Lord is able to do that, especially Yahushua. Come on now.
Right, that was in the story of Luke 19, when he said for them to go out, the parable, the talent, yeah, the parable of the talents. And the one said, I didn't do anything, Lord, because I knew that you were the fierce fighter, basically. Right. And he said, basically, get away from me, you wicked Jacob. You know? How much you're not supposed to hide it under the, you know, the truth under the bed.
Right.
How much is the blood of Yahushua worth to you? You know? How much is it really worth to you?
Worth more than your life.
Yeah. He covered his blood meant that much to Yahweh, the Most High, that it was able to cover all Israel.
Now, you know, the Christians, it's the blood of Jesus.
That's crazy, right?
That's the first thing.
Yeah, yeah, covered in the blood of
I'm
Jesus.
covered in the blood of Jesus.
Yeah, you covered in
And
blood, all right.
thinking of Jesus' blood dropping down on their faces.
Yeah,
I guarantee them churches, if one of them churches did that, and they cut the goat, and they talked about covered in the blood of Jesus, they took the blood and was pouring it all over their faces.
like some horror movie and shit.
Yeah. You got the cup of wine, you got to drink the blood.
You gotta drink the blood of Jesus. Yeah.
That's where they get. That's where they get on the left-hand side, the elite, the Illuminati. They drink blood. Like Shaq and them, they all had to drink blood, man. That's not the blood of the Most High Son. That's the blood of Baal.
Yeah. So a lot of you Christians, y'all definitely covered in some blood. Man, ain't the blood of.
And you covered in the blood of Jesus.
No, but
all the white folks looking down. They want to come over and be covered in the blood of Jesus. But not the blood covered.
That shows you how special Yahushua is. For his blood to be considered good for all of Israel, you know, we can't attest onto that. You know, the Lord won't accept us, and you know, you God is outside, so now your blood. But it is on a lower level that what we're doing, you know, is our blood is precious unto the Lord. You know, and blood is a cleansing agent. You know, Yahweh's blood.
Come get the word.
Yahweh's blood is what cleansed us, man. You know, that's that sacrifice. You know, that was done for all of us.
I had something to you. Psalms 146:3. It says, this is going into the voting shit. Put not your trust in princes. Right? Over there, even though they got the princes and all that. Prince Harry, I don't know what the hell. They're all pedophile and freaks now.
They are. They really are.
Put not your trust in princes, not in the Son of Man, for whom there is no help. His breath gone forth, he returned to his earth. And that very day his thoughts perish. Happy is he that has the power of Jacob for his help, whose help is in the Lord of Yahweh. It says, which made heaven and earth, the sea, and all that therein, which shall keep us truth forever. And that's how y'all see me speaking in the Spielberg
tone and shit.
A lot of them camps do that shit, man. It's like it's a show. Yeah, it's a, yeah.
And the Lord preserveth the strangers. You know, that's how they song.
Yeah.
And they're like,
Yeah.
that's right. And that gets a lot of viewers, people coming and they looking, yeah.
Phony, man.
The orators, man. They're them orators. They're good speakers.
Yep.
We can train ourselves to be like that, but we just give it to you raw, man. No extra. What they call that in them juices and food, the extra additives, preservatives and sugars, some sweeteners. That's what that is, man.
Yeah.
Trickery, lies. You say all that, and you get a whole heap of people and say, you can call the Lord your friend Joker if you want.
You just killed the whole
That's
thing,
it
man.
for me, man. I get the hell up out of there.
You just killed the whole thing.
But see, people's pride has corrupted them. They feel like, I can't be wrong. This is who I chose. I ain't going nowhere. Damn. Like us, all of you know great no son is the truth. But then when something comes up that causes the heart might say, fuck that, I'm out of here. Hey, lose it. I remember the thing about worshiping.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
That was another stumbling block here. Said that we're supposed to worship men. And boy, that really, the word worship really, right now, it's a derogatory word, so I don't pretty much use it. But just looking at the word just means to reference others. It's a difference.
We all are like God.
Well, I can worship you and you can worship me. We can all worship one another. That's why they call worship together. But then you get into a conversation with LeBron James, the freaking, the can't do wrong ever. Right, Beyonce. Beyonce. I don't know why they say LeBron, but
Yeah.
but they worship these guys.
Yeah.
You know?
I was Kobe type guy.
You know what?
No, I was Kobe type guy too. I never really liked LeBron. But that's all.
Overrated. Yeah, the rappers and everybody got these big arguments.
Yeah.
It goes nowhere.
Oh man, people be ready to kill you over that shit, man.
No way.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
I can't even understand what the hell he's saying. What are you talking about?
I don't know.
They need to go to rehab first.
Yeah.
Was it the rehab rap or something?
The rehab rap.
This brother right here be flowing.
Yeah.
That brother got some
Yep.
flow to him. Sounds William Glass is fogging up. Ready to hit a muscle lyrics. I got something though. We all got with the camp leader, old camp leader said we all got talent.
Yeah.
This is John 15 and 12. It says, "This is my commandment." This is from Yahweh Shah. It says that you love one another, right? As I have loved you. And that's talking about the brothers. I can't love a weed smoking nigga.
Oh God, true.
Yahweh Shah knows who are his at the end of the day. And if you are his, there's no doubt about it that the Lord loves you. You know, and he'll show you in many ways why he do love you. You know, and just from us being here is a symbol of the Lord showing that love onto us, man. You know, that's from because it says that the very hairs. Look at this brother hair, man. When brothers got their hair out, man. The very hairs of brothers' heads are numbered, man. You know, and Yahweh Shai is that mediator for us between between the Lord and us, man. He's that mediator, you know, and he goes to the Lord and talks to him about us, you know. Yeah, our hair would be the hardest to number because it's curls.
Yeah.
You had to take each piece and straighten it out first. So that's one.
Oh yeah, man. That's
Their hands already stringy, so they just pluck it. Yep. Even when we go off, right? Because we all are susceptible to go off. Right. Okay. They say even the angels don't even bring an accusation before the Lord about the men of the Lord. You know. So the Lord got us on a whole crazy defense about, you know, the defense program that this world can't receive, man. Because the Most High is the judge, and the Yahweh Shai is the lawyer. You know?
Makes sense. Yahweh Shai, it's like our lawyer. He like stands up for us. And, he goes and makes defenses.
Yeah.
It's powerful.
And the reason why the scripture's going to say that, because he says that that we got to love one another as he loved us. Right?
The Jakes that was coming against him, he said they don't know nothing.
Yeah.
And the Lord please have mercy on them.
Yeah. For the Israelites. Yeah. And as much as he was going through the pain, he still had enough sense to hear this God that was believing in him on the cross. Right. You know? All the pain and everything that he was going through, so that guy was, you know, that what they call the malefactor, you know, that was on the cross. I do believe that's what they call him, right? The malefactor. There was two guys that was on the cross, one that was on the left and the one that was on the right. And the one that was on the right said, I know that you're the Lord. We deserve to be up here. You don't deserve to be up there. You know? And the Lord, the Lord still, throughout all that pain that he was going through, still was able to hear that man, and that man was still, you know? And that's how much love we should have towards one another, even if we go on. You don't have that love, you know?
I remember you made a video the other day.
Yeah, but
That's sorry, y'all. Made a video the other day talking about we all brothers keepers. You say like one of our brothers go on, we gotta.
yeah, we're responsible for our brothers, man. Did that? Where's that at? Ezekiel, 3rd chapter, about the 17th verse. I don't know if you was finished. No, that's a little bit more about that. You always do. We are all, like you said, we go on that love. You know, we got to keep in mind we are in the flesh. You know, it's many times in the scriptures where people went off and people still showed them the respect. You know, many kings went off. We just read that about Jephthah. When he went out, they cursed him for having a mother as a harlot, and they begged him to come fight. And he was a man of valor, as he said. And eventually he said, he kind of forgave him. All right, then I'll go fight. And he even sacrificed his own daughter. You know, out of all that, the way they treated him, he kind of cursed them out like, well, what the fuck you want from me now? You wasn't there before, you the one kicked me out. And he still went back to fight. That was a Judges 10 or something like that.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, just
Remember
10 or
King David? Bathsheba, he still was king after that, right? And then the Most High still showed when he got older, right? When King David was older, right? He needed that heat. What did his men do? They went and got him some.
Did he already have women?
Yep. They got him a damsel. But you know what a lot of these groups said the damsel was? She had to be 21 years old. So that means a woman has a period at 13, or 12. So from 12 all the way up to 10 years, she has a period, which means she's getting hormones, which means she's getting hot, meaning the Lord is a liar, saying that he made these women to be able to have sex and conceive, but she can't touch she's 21. That is wicked, man. The Lord says it's not the author of confusion. And you ask how many 15-year-old girls right now that got hot? Right on. Was they supposed to say?
Oh, you only want to ask that.
So now they in the beard burning, right? They in the beard burning hot.
Come on, man.
Not till you're 21, young lady. Get the fuck out of here, man. That in the scriptures, man. That was they're going on the back of numbers. When a man was counted as 21 years to go to war. That's what they're going into. But a man, when did Yahweh Shai preach his first ministry? He was 12.
So she had to have been, and that was
But the time frame from 21
to about 30. By the time a woman 35, she's done with children. So you mean to tell me the Lord said be fruitful and multiply, but you only got 10 years to do that shit?
That's crazy.
Get out of here. Come on, man. Does that make any sense? So that's why a woman got what you call a monthly cycle.
Right.
The word moon comes from month.
Right.
That's why every year, every month she might have on the 6th, and the next month she's thinking, okay, it's going to be around. She'll say around the 6th.
Right.
Because it may not be on the 6th that day.
It might be at a different day. Maybe
it'll be a different day because the moon cycle.
Right.
Now, the moon has everything to do with certain things, like the lunar cycle. People start getting a little crazy. It raises the tide of the water. We're made up of water.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
They're not even like some months got 28 days.
Yep.
Some got 31, 30.
Yep.
You know?
So in the words of Mike Tyson, it's preposterous. It's preposterous. You can't sit up there and tell a woman she ain't a grown woman till she's 21. Now, all a woman will follow that. So they got little girls and they're bringing them in the truth. Yeah, you know you can't have sex till 21. And she's going to be sneaking out the back door. How many y'all know? How many women? Man, I can tell you stories. Every 14, 15 years old, sneaking down the back balcony, going up in the. Come on, man. You going to tell me that ain't natural? Right. Come on, man. That's why men, they had what you call arranged marriages for a reason. Because they knew by the time these women reach a certain age, they're going to get hot.
Oh, they do that in those Jewish communities.
Of course they do. And in the so-called Middle East community.
Half of the classmates that I got, in school, and, they're all like 14, 15 around here. And none of, almost all of them already did something.
It's natural. And like, if it was meant for them not to do so, like us, you know damn well that even 10 years old, you're going, whoop, yep. You're like, God damn, man.
One of them was actually 16, and then she had a daughter.
See?
So that's also saying if the woman has to be 21, the man has to be 21.
Yeah, like this brother right here, he's younger. Right. You know, he get the urge or whatever, you know? Yeah. You start coming
Even younger.
Yeah. You start seeing the woman, you know?
I was 5 years old like a woman and shit, man. What are they talking about? So if the woman got to be 21, that means the man got to be 21. So now, not being graphic, you got to walk around all the red having wet dreams all night.
Ain't gonna be me. I tell you that.
There's not many women available, so things happen. But it's not natural.
Yeah,
but the natural thing is, so that's like a dog. Animals, they hit about 9 months, 2 years old, they ready to mate.
Yep.
So now you got to say, look, dog, you can't do shit yet. We gonna tie you. So then you're gonna be like a white man, give him a neuter and tie him up and shit. And then you got Jakes in the truth who's following that. Get Jeremiah 5:28.
You're 14 years old, 13. You looking at porn websites, man. I remember back then you had to. Now it's free. No, I'm saying, but now it's free.
Yeah.
You had to sneak back then. You had to sneak the watches back then, man. Yes. You had to get the DVD collection and stuff. That's a crazy affection, man.
And so it's got to be set up like that in other, states. This is nothing but open land, right? So it's we're not overpopulated. That's just something.
No, that's far off there.
Yeah.
But go ahead, you got something on it? Yeah, we're not overpopulated.
Jeremiah 5:28. Their works and facts, they shine. They overpass the deeds of the wicked.
That's insane to say that. Get the one in Paul said, they like to say that a marriage. So they talk about the marriage, the has to follow that in. So now you got all these gurus who really don't want to let go Western culture, who was saying that passage wasn't talking about a period. But meanwhile, you can watch the Games of Thrones and burn some of the shows going into the medieval
so-called mid. They gonna have the nerve to call it medieval.
Yeah.
So the white man was nothing but evil during the Renaissance.
Right.
They gonna call it the Dark Age. Like it was. First of all, at that age, was technology. The hell are they talking about, man?
And during that time, you had a whole different thing too, because you had fornication under the consent of the king.
Yep.
You couldn't fuck unless the king said that you could.
Yeah.
Because
That's where the word fuck comes from.
the king
Yep.
probably wanted that woman, you know. So you couldn't even have sex unless the king said you could do it, man.
Yeah, those so-called curse words, that would be a curse.
Yeah.
Those curse words like shit. Yeah, it means a ship high in transit because the slaves were coming. Because they were shitting on themselves, defecating, it built up methane levels of gas. And they would smoke that tobacco. They would go boom, that shit would blow up. So they had to give a terminology. That's why they call defecation shit. Because people who defecated, or animals, or cargo, they would have to ship them higher in transit.
Right.
So they won't explode. So that's where you get the terminology SHIT. That's where that comes from. And the word damn means God condemned. And somebody said, God damn. It wasn't God, it was God. They switched that as well. So all these curse words, fuck, shit, damn, what's the other one? I don't know. That come from slavery. They would make slaves that was, if he was packing and they felt he was a good breed, they would make him breed with his own damn mother. Yep. Asshole. But then they equated it with that because the Edomites would have sex with them damn donkeys.
Yep. They're sick of it. They still do. They still do, man.
Just the right height of fucking water.
Yeah, horses.
So,
and shit, yep.
you can even it's legal in certain states to do that shit, man.
Oh, man. Judah,
Oh, they passed a law in the military to lay with animals.
Yep, bestiality and shit.
So now they're on one knee, got that scope, and then that scope blows over and they see a sheep on the target. I'm going right there.
Yeah, drop the
And
weapon.
They drop it and
Yeah.
hop over the fence. And then next thing you know, a hairy white man humping on your animal and shit. Take your animals in the house at night.
Yeah, keep them in the house.
Yeah, right here. Can I say that again, brother? Yep.
Yeah.
So what? Oh yeah, they doing anything. They drill holes in trees.
I was just ready to say that because people actually do that shit.
I'm about to see the baby's going to look like fucking a hot pot.
Yeah. Yep.
Oh, what?
A hot pocket.
Yep.
Yeah. Sorry, that's why they fuck each other. That's why it's all messed up.
It's a vile affection,
You know?
man. That's all. The Lord gave him up to those vile affections, man.
Hey, I mean, they did say you were free. They say you're
That's
free
the
to do
thing.
whatever.
Freedom.
Yep.
Freedom brings captivity.
Yep.
Man.
So it does. Yep.
Freedom, being able to do what you want, is
Oh,
wild
yes.
women.
Yep.
They advertise on the back of their car, sex toys for sale.
Yep. Yep.
Like what kind of shit? Then they put it out there with the AIDS. I'm scared of it. How many of y'all know anybody died of AIDS?
That little
I never
emoji.
knew anybody that died from AIDS. And they call it an epidemic, not a pandemic. Even though AIDS is worldwide. So why wouldn't they call it a pandemic? And then they got this new, I don't want to get the video cut, they got this new commercial for them to take a pill that don't detect, that take it away from the detection of AIDS. Jarvia or some shit like that. And you know who in that commercial? Jake. 2 black men. And then why would they want it not to be detected? So now you can go pick up somebody. See, I'm undetected. I don't have it.
Yeah.
And you keep popping the pills and shit.
Yeah.
Freaks, man.
Yeah.
They set you up. Why would they do that?
Yeah.
Why would they give you a pill if you got a fatal disease and they give you a pill so it don't be detected? So now you're going to trick your doctor.
Pills always have a bad side effect.
I got this scripture right
Go
here.
ahead.
This is 1 Corinthians 7:36. But if any man think that he behaves himself uncomely toward his virgin, if she pass the flower of her age,
Now hold it right there. A virgin. How many virgins that you know that's 21 years old?
Ain't nobody a goddamn virgin in America. Come on, man. 2022.
Even back then, they would have held out because women were women, but women were wicked too back then. No one allowed. That's calling a woman to go off. You telling a 13-year-old girl is hot. Yep, you gotta wait till you're 21. That is a bodily function. That's like I gotta go pee, but yeah, I gotta go pee right now. So now these women laying in the bed hot, they're going to play with themselves. You already know that. Let's keep it real. They're gonna play with themselves. Then they're gonna think about all kind of men. Now you cause them to create adultery in their mind. And we know when you spiritually commit adultery, you start playing it out, especially the weaker vessel. That's why when you look at these rappers and these singers, they flame, but they put them up to be the muscular guys, right? You need a man with sensitivity. They got them with the nice clothes on and shit. And a woman is looking at that. That's the kind of man I want. What does that do to a woman's mind? She doesn't even know what a real man looks like. So how can you say that a woman that passes the flower of her age is not supposed to have sex until she's 21? I don't even think women agree with that shit. I know the woman, listen, I don't even think they agree with that shit.
you go out and doing what man did.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
You know, when I was young, man, especially the Edomites, they dream about that shit. So the Most High, if he didn't want it that way, it wouldn't be that way, right? If he didn't want you to have sex at 15 years old, then your body wouldn't be ready to do it. And you can't classify a time period or when someone is ready.
Yep.
Even in the schools, they teach that. But even in this white man system, he teaches at 18 years old you can have sex. Which really at 16, they teach even 15 and 16 as long as the man is a year older, or 2 years.
Especially if you age, yeah, Canada, I think 13.
I don't have a problem with the age for the age of the man. And, you know, he can't be over 21 and she's 15. I disagree with that because at the end of the day, if a woman, not that we're pedophiles and we don't teach that, because right now don't go mess with grown, don't go mess with no 15-year-old. But I disagree with it because if she knew what she was doing with a 16-year-old or 17-year-old, she should damn sure know what she's doing with a 30-year-old. Right. At the end of the day, and in her choice as well.
It really wasn't supposed to be her choice in the first job.
No.
You know, because it was supposed to be the father.
But they would be wanting to.
Yeah.
By the time they 12, 13, they want to get married. Why? Because they fucking hot.
Yeah, and that father would be the one who realizes that and give their daughter over to someone that's of an understanding. Okay? Heck, these fathers nowadays, even if their daughter 25 years old, you know, gave them all around, gave herself up, they still don't even want to give her up.
Then they become old ass hags like the woman just rolled by.
I was just
But a father is supposed to be the one who marries off the daughter, man. Okay?
Hey.
It wasn't none of that going to a chick to see how much you can game her, you know, hit her with the catch line or something like that.
Yeah.
That was so
Well, you could do that. Like a man could get a woman, you know, Deuteronomy 20 type. A man could just take a woman if he wanted a woman.
Yeah.
But he would have to pay the father 50 shekels. So I'm not saying there's not times where Jake can go up to a woman, yeah, I kind of like you. I want to be with you. We're going to get it. Let's go. And that woman going to be willing. We got to play, you know? Yep. But he didn't, like this brother saying, I just like backing up things. It ain't like we had to go back to what you're saying, sir. That's a tilted hat. Draws your teeth. Something nice. You know, go to the movies or what? You know what I'm saying?
go to the movies, go on 3 dates.
Hey, you
They say wait 60 days and shit.
man, she popping everybody.
good.
You know? I ain't gonna lie, when I did that shit, I ain't played the field. I'm still hitting something else.
Yeah.
And then make her think, oh, I ain't worried about this shit. They play the game on her.
Yeah.
You're just moving too fast. That's because you just got popped yesterday. Yeah. If she was hot, she wouldn't give a shit. I had an old Jake tell me years ago, if you don't get it by the second time, leave that bitch alone. Because it's all carnal. Women are all carnal. Keep reading, brother.
It says,
We're not going into no therapy session.
yeah. But that was, you got guys that scoff at that type of stuff, you know?
That's all right. GMS is pedophile.
You waxing worse and worse, man.
So,
God makes it worse.
so in the time of Isaiah 4:1, right? Remember, we all know what Isaiah 4:1 is. You know, 7 women shall take hold of one man, right? So in that time,
They gotta be 21 years old.
they gotta be 21. So in that time, while they all coming, right? You chicks gonna be left out there banging on the door. You can't do that. She's too young. Bitch ass niggas, man. Why? Down on one knee.
They ain't gonna be able to call no cops. You know, during that time,
Yeah.
they ain't gonna be able to call no
Oh
cops.
man, now what?
Yeah,
Young women don't. So like he got
You know what I'm saying? Even in the when you go to school, middle school, what does the teacher say? Young ladies.
the young ladies.
They're
Yep.
13, 14 years old, they call them young ladies.
Young ladies. Yep. They sure do.
You know?
They sure do.
Go ahead, brother.
It says, if she passed the flower of her age, right, and he so require, let him do what he will. He sins not. Let them marry.
Because by the time she passed the flower of her age, she was ready.
Right.
That's what that's saying. That means she's ready for sex. And the Most High built her up to get hot.
Yep.
Even if she ain't hot yet, she will. And she will grow. That's why you get a woman when they're young like that. Because they'll grow to you. It's called growing together. She'll be a part of you. But if you get a woman that's already 30 years old or 20 years old, she done had this man, that man, that man.
So she got all
I
these
don't know about
spirits.
y'all. If I had a daughter, I'd rather her be taken by one man, and he's bound to take care of the rest of her life, than her to sleep with 50 goddamn men before she 18.
Yeah. And then I can say this, Paul wrote this for that time period that he was in. Okay? If Paul was here today, he would say a whole total different thing. Of course, he would reference that history. But the way that things are today, it'd be a whole total different thing, man. You know? There's so much confusion out here, man. You know? Of course, he would still say it's better that you don't even deal with these women. Don't even touch these women. You don't focus on the Lord, especially if you're a single man. Because these women, they can end up being scoffers too. Look at what Job's wife did. She ended up being a scoffer, and Job thought that he had a good one. Right? Lot thought that he had a good one. Right? And they ended up being scoffers. Right? These women, remember Lot's wife, brothers had mentioned that. Women are going to be waxing worse as this place goes down, man. They not going to want this place to go down. They don't have the testicles or testimony like how men have, man. You know? Now you do have some women that are sincere that's going, be delivered. You know? That they got the right doctrine, you know? And especially if it's an older woman, you know, don't necessarily tell an older woman go get with somebody. You know? We focus on the truth, especially if you're a man or a woman. But the woman, that's one of the least of our problems.
Well, you know what?
Go ahead, brother. They're gonna come. You know, the Lord knows what type of woman you like, what type of woman you like. He will give you those women. You know, if you burn, you know, you can deal with them. You know, if that's what you want. You know?
Well, we're gonna rule with a rod of iron.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, you know, it's not our kingdom to even be trying to make all these women right. It's all spiritual, man. Yeah, you know.
Get out Titus 2.
It's all spiritual. We ain't in our position to lose it. You know, the woman of Solomon King you all day. You know, she don't even gotta say Solomon King. Look at you like I love you and all that stuff all day. But when she get real, she gonna really be there by your side. You know, you gonna find out in this truth as much as we got brothers. It's really up to you to make sure that your salvation is right. You know, because you gonna go through stuff on your own personal, time
that you got to get through as a man. And the Lord might bless you and have a woman support you. That's possible. And he might have it to where, like in Ecclesiastes, where brothers will be able to be there for one another. And that's why Isaiah 4 say that.
Yeah.
We will eat our own bread, we will bring our own goods.
Yeah. Yep.
That's why I say that.
Doing their thing, man.
The ones that you think that are not righteous, we wind up being righteous. And one that you think that are righteous ain't righteous. Get that Titus 2. Is it 2 and 1 or 3 and 1?
He's about to.
This is Titus 2 and 1. It says, "But speak thou the things which become sound doctrine. Let the aged men be sober, grave, temperate, sound in
The
faith."
word grave means serious. That's what it really means.
In charity, in patience. The aged woman likewise, that they be in behavior and common boldness.
Yeah, so they helped out with the church.
Yeah.
They were older women.
Yeah. They told young women what to do.
Right.
Children. Right. Children.
Yeah, because the aged woman ain't as hot as the unaged. As the 15-year-old. Now, the people gonna get mad about that. Man, you got some sick ass people out here nowadays. Almost, I don't even. I think they call it asexual or something. I don't even have sexual desires. Oh, that's all right.
Boys. Oh, right. Yeah.
Like, okay, that's because they humping on some goddamn Coca-Cola bottle. They got that rose on it. Yeah, they doing something, and then they come to you, preserve your sperm.
Yeah.
Squeeze your own testicles and just stop it. But yet, and we see the camera click on click. I'm going back. They all freaks. They line their ass off, man. Sex, yeah. Don't give your sperm seeds to women.
And the camera off to go to their secret hidden laboratory in the dungeon. That facility.
Or just right there in the room. Camera's off now. Keep reading, brother. I don't believe none of that shit.
They got blow up dolls and shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, they probably inflate it with the basketball pump.
Yeah.
Blow up.
Do their thing real quick.
And they do another video. See? It's been 2 months.
Lies.
Nigga, you ain't got blue balls.
It says, not false accusers, not giving too much wine,
Neither no philosophy.
Right.
teachers of good things, that they may teach the young women to be sober, to love their husbands, to love their children.
Right. So is the woman doing that today? Are they teaching the young women to love their husband?
Right.
You know what they teaching them? You always keep your eye open on the nigga.
Or getting abortion.
You cheat on him first before he cheats on you. In fact, you get 30 more men than he can get women.
Drag on. They say drag on.
Yep. What did it say?
They say drag on. Boy, drag.
Yep. I guess that's a new terminology. Dump some vinegar in the water and close it back up.
Yes. Yeah, still they still do that.
And still
Yeah, they go out tonight, come back later on.
close it up.
He get home, his baby should kiss him right in the mouth.
Yep.
Just got finished.
Yep.
Somebody else.
Yep.
Dang, that kiss him right in the mouth. Won't even brush that teeth.
Nope. Nasty. Nasty. You know, they got something now where the woman can go and get an operation and sew her stuff back up to be a virgin over again.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they do.
So they can break the stitches and come back and get resold.
Yeah.
I seen something. You've been a virgin 50 times this month. What's going on?
I see something too where they talk about they thinking like they virgins having sex in their periods.
You said, man, you ain't smart enough to figure that out. You a jackass. A virgin has a different type of you go to a woman that's supposed to be a virgin and shit. Open as the goddamn ocean. That's the blood flowing out. You can't see that's a period. All right, how you doing, man? All right.
Now you know the scriptures say you're not supposed to do that. You know.
Oh yeah.
Watch on a monthly young queen. Seven.
Really ain't supposed to be in a house.
Yeah, you're supposed to be in the house with them. Sit on the same.
But yet we all equal.
Damn, but what about the Scoffers with that though? You
know,
They don't say that.
we supposed to be in a separate location than that woman, not touch anything that she has. You know. So what about that with Scoffers? You know,
It's all about the
our,
money.
we're not in our power to keep all of the laws. You know that we have now. You know, you got a woman. You can't try your best. You can't keep that law. You got a woman. She gonna come on a monthly. You know, I'm talking about like when she come on a monthly, looking and going out the room and all that stuff. She needs to be going to work and all that. You know. And then you're what? Look, these women driving around, all these women buying these stores on their period. Everything, we all around uncleanness, man.
Yes.
Yeah.
Then they even got the tampons they can stick up their self to resemble.
Keep it.
And even when they come on that
You
period,
ain't bowling with that bitch.
they talk about getting hot and all that shit.
They say they want it more when they
Right. So that tells you when they come on that period at 12, 13 years old, what the fuck is that telling you? Oh, no, we're not pedophiles. No, we're not. I wouldn't want to mess with a 13-year-old, no doubt. But you can't make that a doctrine and say in ancient times that a young woman didn't have sex, man. That's ridiculous, man. I don't think any nationality or heritage, I think only black people only want to believe that shit. We got to be the only people that believe that shit. Edomites don't believe it. The so-called Islamites don't believe it. The Hamites damn sure don't believe it. The Japhites, Ishmael, Elam, Ammon, they don't believe that shit.
And they only believe in some of their heads up cows' asses.
But they don't even believe that a woman can't have sex until she's 21. No other people believe that. All the white man got to do is push a doctrine, put it in our community, and let a nigga spawn it. And then everybody start teaching that shit.
Hey, because there was a law too, where if a man and a woman, like one of the brothers, I'm not gonna put on any of these brothers, but if a man had a brother and he had a woman and she ain't had no sons, that
If he died.
yeah, if he died, his brother's supposed to go to his woman and take that wife. Are people keeping that law? You know why? Why do you think that brother had to get that woman to have a son?
Yeah, why would a yeah, there you go. That's what it's for. Keep the lineage.
People don't believe in that. People don't believe in the reincarnation, the lineage, and all that stuff. But guess what? We got that sign out here. Those devils do. Those devils believe in coming back in that lineage.
Some other heathens do too.
They speak, man. They speak that stuff.
That's what it is. And then what? Bill Gates, man, his daughter dealing with a Jack man.
Oh yeah, I saw it.
Yeah, we went over that in the Bible. What's his name did that? Is it Joshua? Joshua's younger brother.
Yeah, I know.
He messed with his niece. Yeah. Let's see if we can find that. He messed he gave his daughter away to his brother.
Yep. It is.
What's in the law, it says not to do that. But when you go into the historical background, I think a lot of scholars say it had to be on the mother's side. The reason why that went down like that. That wasn't the immediate father's side. Because it says you're not supposed to lay down with your brother's daughter or anything like that. And there was other occurrences too with the man in Chronicles. Yeah, not so, but I know in Chronicles, the man that had all those wives and concubines, they kept it all kind of in the family. This such and such gave her, this such and such. They kept a bloodline of that.
Oh yeah, they got that. That's out there in the world. A lot of them going on like while I was living at like Scoffers and I forgot their names. They all keeping their blood.
Oh.
Sometimes it's hard to find, you know.
They got that somewhere.
Yeah, I think I found it.
Proctors and swans and all.
No. This is yep. First Judges 1:11, and from this he went against inhabitants of the beer, and the name of the beer, what before was Kirjath Sefer. And Caleb said, "He that smites Kirjath Sefer and takes it, to him will I give Axa, my daughter, to wife, and Othniel, the son of Kenaz, Caleb's younger brother." So this was Caleb's
younger
nephew,
brother. Yeah, nephew, pretty much.
You know, took it, and he gave him Axa. His father was a Kenizzite, which called himself a Kenizzite. It says Caleb's younger brother, his nephew, took it, and he gave him Axa, his daughter, to wife. Well, you might have to slow that down and read it back. Break it down. It says, and Caleb said, "He that smites Kirjath Sefer and takes it, to him will I give Axa, my daughter, to wife. And Othniel, the son of Kenaz, Caleb's younger brother, took it, and he gave him Axa, his daughter, to wife." So those were cousins. You know, that Caleb said was okay for them to marry each other.
I have one out Deuteronomy 25:5 and 6 where it goes into where it actually goes to speak of the brother. It says right here, it's this Deuteronomy 25:5. It says, "If brethren dwell together, and one of them die, and have no child, the wife of the dead shall not marry unto a stranger. Her husband's brother shall go in unto her, and take her to him to wife, and perform the duty of her husband's brother unto her." And it says, "And it shall be that the firstborn which she beareth shall succeed in the name of his brother, which is dead, that his name be not put out of Israel."
Whole Second Chronicles 11. Now, where was that? Where is an example in the scriptures? If y'all know, y'all don't have to know, of where someone broke that law.
I believe he I don't know the chapter really, but I think he supposed to went into it, but he didn't. He just let it out. Yeah, he dropped. I mean, he supposed to came into it, but he didn't do it.
Yeah, that was Judah.
Son. Yeah.
You know, and it was. I forgot what the Onan. But pretty much the older brother had died. The second brother was supposed to go into it, right? And he didn't. Yeah, that's not something you're gonna, you know. But then Judah told the woman to wait for his younger son to get older, you know, so that he can deal with her, right? But then she thought that he was old enough or whatever, and then Judah thought that she was a prostitute.
Oh, you talking third account? Yeah, no, yeah. Okay.
Judah thought that she was a prostitute, and he paid her, you know, and dealt with her, you know. But he made things right with her.
So she tricked him, basically, right?
No, she didn't trick him.
Oh, okay.
He just thought that she was a prostitute. You know. So she didn't trick him. He just didn't know. He just didn't know any better. He said, "Let me come in onto you so that I'll give you a kid." You know, it's talking about a goat. You know, and she was like, I was voting for him. You know, and that's what he realized. He said, I think he said he never dealt with her no more. You know? Yeah, he perceived her to be a prostitute. You know, nowadays it was the way.
Yeah, forget about it.
But some guys get mad when we say that guys was dealing with prostitutes in the church. You know, was it Hosea? Yeah. Hosea. Yes. Samson. Yeah, you know, Hosea go deal with a prostitute. Yeah. Lord told him to go deal with the prostitute directly. Samson dealt with prostitutes, man. So he was down in my heart.
That's what. Even in the heathens, Rahab, Rahab, I think her name was.
Umbrella, watch that and stuff.
Oh man. Jericho, yeah. They helped. So why didn't the Lord use a heathen woman prostitute? And there was prostitutes even during the time when Paul was saying these things. Hey, this Paul knew that. Yeah, Yahushua said even a prostitute, a harlot shall get in the kingdom before you, talking to them wicked jakes. That's in the scriptures.
Which it is.
He said a harlot shall make it into the kingdom before you. Yep. Because guess what? A lot of people don't want to agree with this. There's going to be some harlots that wake up out of that lifestyle too.
Yep.
And may be delivered.
I don't know how to serve they man too.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I had the Kool-Aid man.
Yep.
Yep. Say what? Okay. The lesson goes on. This 2 Corinthians 11. 2 Chronicles 11. Now, if you have a sincere question, you have to come up here and then ask a sincere question. Because we don't want to put the brother, stay locked in.
So what you guys think about?
You have a husband? Technically, you're supposed to ask your husband, and we're supposed to teach him. That's what the scriptures say. But we're saying that we are Israelites. We're the Lord's chosen people, so-called Negroes, Latinos, and Native Americans.
So you guys don't teach women? Do you teach men?
Well, based off of what the scripture says, it says if a woman will ask anything, let her ask her husband at home because it confuses.
So
Yeah, we can hold it up. Yeah. Yeah, the scriptures yeah, you said what? Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, everything. So like what thing we look
everything that King James wrote down, y'all believe everything.
Yeah. Because it was before King James. The Bible had nothing to do with King James. King James is just a translator of the Bible. You had the Great Bible of 1599. You had the Wycliffe Bible of 1382. You had many Bibles and sources. First of all, the Bible is comprised of many books, not just one book. That's why it's called Biblios. You said what? Yeah, we have it. We have the Apocrypha, we have the Holy Bible, we have all the books and the scrolls that we need. The what? That's not biblical. We don't need the book of Enoch.
Or because they didn't add it into their version of the Bible.
Whatever they add into there, it's a confusion. It's all confusion. No, it's not confusion. This is why I got this scripture. 1 Corinthians 14:33. For God is not the author of confusion, but of peace, as in all 10 churches of the saints. It says, let your woman keep silence in the churches. And this is a church right here. Okay, the word church means to call out. Get Matthew 13. It says, for it is not permitted unto them to speak, but they are commanded to be. No, because the man is over the woman. There's no equality. That's what the white man teaches. That Bible even say that. But then when the truth come out, people say the Bible is fake. Now all of a sudden the Bible fake. It's not all real. So now we believe what we want to believe, but you believe, but nobody believes. You say what now? You don't understand what that's talking about. You don't know what they're talking about. What is a slave? A slave ain't nothing but a servant. Right. Are you a servant? Oh, do you go to work? Then you're a servant. You're a servant. You got a Social Security card? You're a servant. You get a paycheck? You're a servant. Of course.
But you just said you're not a servant.
But that's what I'm saying. You believe that we're supposed to be slaves because the Bible says it?
No, because God says it.
No, you so
God said we're supposed to be slaves. If God didn't want slaves, there would be no slaves, correct?
If God did not want slaves, there would be no slaves.
So y'all as black men believe that we should be.
We don't say nothing to her, man. She's not for her. It's not for her. Proverbs 29 and 9, brother.
So y'all don't like when women talk.
Because women's supposed to shut the hell up.
Isaiah 45 and 7. I form the light.
I don't say that to
God.
her.
I make peace, he create evil.
There you go. There you go. Read it again out.
Get some rock 26 and 1, somebody real quick.
They all the women say that shit. I don't,
Get some rock 26.
when
Get 1 Corinthians 11 and 8.
Yep.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I knew where it was going.
Yeah, you know, because when you start getting on a woman, they all say that. I don't give a shit what the Bible says. That's
And
what
then
they
she
all
gonna
say.
go tell her husband,
Yep.
and they gonna get up the homies, and they gonna come with AKs. We gonna spray the fucking corner down with these niggas.
We were just talking about harlots, man.
We just
We fucking harlots. She walked up. That's crazy.
very skilled.
Smoking that shit.
Yeah, like you just said, she was hot. Somebody said, yeah, you
Got the problem. Somebody home 26, please.
The Lord must have heard.
Out of my league. I don't know what
Come on, there. She got a whole. She got organic vinegar to take those bags. You know? She want to believe. Now we spoke smooth things of the Bible. She was with it. But then when we spoke things that didn't appease to her, then the Bible is fake. Then it was King James. Then we showed it was nothing to do with King James. Somebody get that truck. Somebody 26, 25. Yep. Somebody get 24. Right. You can get the foolish woman's calamity. And Job 39 and 17 real quick as well. Okay, 11 and 8. Somebody get Job 39 and 17 as well. Go ahead, read that.
Ecclesiastes 26 and 25. A shameless woman shall be counted as a dog.
Now go up to 1.
It says,
She said a woman ain't supposed to be quiet.
Right.
What is that? Every man like this. I feel bad for her husband, man.
I don't.
You know?
I don't.
I mean, technically you don't, but
Because
you feel
that's his dumb ass
you
fault.
feel well, he don't know.
Yep.
That's the problem. Jake don't know. This is why we talk against the black woman like that. That's exactly why we say that, to wake up the elect.
Right.
I mean, he's right. We
No, I got you. No,
we don't
I got
care
you.
for him.
I
but
got
I'm
you.
saying it in a,
No, I got you. No, I understand.
funny sort of
Yeah,
way.
Shalaki, I understand. I ain't mean to be, coming off disrespectful if anybody thought it was being disrespectful about it.
Yeah.
Shalaki. That's not what I was,
He probably just well. The scripture says a wicked man should be given to a wicked portion. Right. I was just thinking about that scripture. But when I was speaking, just for the camera,
yeah.
when I say I feel bad for Jake, I really don't feel bad for Jake, but I feel bad for the elect that's among a situation like that.
Right, yeah.
Because we don't know who that Jake is.
you can get caught up in that type of stuff.
Yeah.
My brothers in the truth got caught up with that. You feel bad for that. Go ahead real quick.
This is Proverbs 9 and 13. It says, a foolish woman is clamorous. She is simple and knoweth nothing.
What's that scripture? Self-willed woman. They says,
Yes.
I was real. If it's a single woman,
Yeah, that's
all of us don't need
I
to
felt that too.
One brother could deal with her.
Yes.
You know?
Yes.
That fucking woman ain't fucking right there.
Yeah.
Go ahead, read 26 and 1.
Yes, it says.
And we'll go back to where we were. It's all we was dealing in that realm anyway.
Hold on, we're bringing an example. That's what we was dealing with, right?
Yeah. He always sets an example. When y'all do that, he always does that. And we see it in real time. It's scary because, like y'all said, when you start learning, that stuff starts coming off the page.
Yeah.
I'm listening on the way to y'all. Y'all were talking about how you gotta be careful because it's real. He makes it real right home there. That situation. I said, I'm done. You know what I mean? Like you actually see it, actually be there and see y'all handle it, man. To me, that's a wild situation. Like, wow.
We know what it was about. Once we felt it and heard it.
Yes.
I hope that.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead.
Ecclesiastes chapter 26 and verse 1. It says, blessed is the man that have a virtuous wife, with the number of his days shall be doubled. A virtuous woman rejoices her husband, and he shall fulfill the years of his life in peace.
Keep going.
A good wife is a whether a man be rich or poor.
Go ahead.
If he have a good heart towards the Lord, he shall at all times rejoice with a cheerful countenance.
So this man, he's more likely not of the Lord anyway. You know, see, he probably hyped her up. You're a queen, my goddess. And wherever she at with the blood in her mouth, going blowing rods off for all kind of nationalities of men. She got lollipops lined up.
Yep.
With that blonde ass hair, which represents death. Go ahead. So then she got them fake chemicals in that shit. It ain't even your hand. Go ahead. You know, the water runs off of that shit, that silicone.
Yes.
She probably is. Keep going, brother.
Yeah. It says
We're not going to make a gossip column out of a fish. You know? Go ahead.
There'll be three things.
This is an example for you women, man, that you have to pay attention to. You know?
There'll be three things that my heart fears. And for the fourth, I was so afraid. The slander of the cities, the gathering together of an unruly multitude, and a false accusation. All these are worse than death. But a grief of heart and sorrow is a woman that is jealous over another woman. And a sport.
You know, this woman's probably jealous over all other kind of women and shit.
Mm-hmm.
She don't want her husband to mess with other women, but then she's willing to lay down with thousands of men. Now, so there you have it. Why do we get on a woman? That was an example.
Our women are some of the most classless women in this world. But right now, what we're doing right now, the Lord is separating the blacks into a whole different class from these niggas out here. Okay? Because the Lord, the scripture says that I will make a man more precious than fine gold. Okay? And that's us being in a whole total different class.
So why she got a husband want to come up here and stand with a bunch of men?
Now a sister, you know, love, you know, that God would be in that mindset, you know. She already sold that she had no heart towards trying to do what's inside these scriptures.
You know, a woman get mad when you know more than them.
Yep.
That's what happened. She got pissed.
Right.
She's like, shit. The 99% of these women get mad because Jake know more than them. And especially this. This is all we had. I'll be damned if I'm going to let a woman come up here and try to show me up with what the scripture said.
Right. Right.
But then when we show that the Most High gave what he gave us, then it's all fake. Or some of the things are fake.
Right.
Not everything in the Bible is real. Right?
Because he was saying something about confusion. But the scripture says that God is not the
no, but it is to other people.
Right.
But Ephesians say, husbands love your wives. You be with that. Yeah, that's what it's talking about. But wives, submit to your husband. Now everything in there ain't real.
Right.
That shit is, I can't agree. A woman's got to have a voice. Where's that in the Bible?
Straight up, man. This comment right here.
Go ahead,
Straight up,
read.
man.
This is Proverbs 31:1. The words of King Lemuel, the prophecy that his mother taught him. What, my son, and what the son of my womb, and what the son of my vow. Give not thy strength unto women, nor thy ways to that which destroy kings. So, as it is, fuck these women. It's not even worth the time. These women will get exactly what they get in the time. But they ain't working. That woman marked herself as this. Whoever she with, I don't care. Her fate is already sealed. There's a difference now when we say after these women, we're talking about, you know, these women out here. Now you got the sisters, you know, that's kind of sad when we gotta say, you know,
Yeah, because that been on there, the sister get on comment. Not all of us are like
So
that.
whom it applies to. So that means if you get offended, yeah, you got it.
Women who do that are you falling into that category, you know? Because you don't have to freaking say anything, man. You know? Even though it's a generalization, there are individuals that are contrary to the generalization, man.
All right, let's read the scriptures. You got that? You said you got that, right?
Yep. All right, what you called out earlier. This is Job 39 and 17. It says, because Yahweh hath deprived her of wisdom, neither hath he imparted to her understanding.
And what last week was talking about understanding and being understood. A lot of people only want to be understood. They don't want to be understanding. So women don't have the understanding. It's a blessing for a man to have the understanding of the scriptures. A woman is supposed to understand you as her leader. Okay, as her man. Okay, they don't necessarily have to understand the scriptures, you know, because that's us as men. Lord, when we have that number, the elect, 144,000, those are the people that have the understanding of the scriptures. You know, women were. Imagine a woman coming out here and try to break down the scriptures, man. You know,
Breaking out the book of Enoch.
Book of Enoch, Book of Enoch 3 and 20, whatever. You know, standing out here in high heels. You know, come on, man.
That's like 10 years of Cleopatra.
Yeah. They would not stand out here that long, man. To be out here on this concrete, you know, this is a manly thing right here, man. What we doing? Like I said, it's a whole different class. The elements, the rain, all that, how hot it gets.
Jeremiah 11:14. Therefore, pray not thou for the people, not to look up and cry a prayer for them, for I would not hear them in the time that they cry unto me for their trouble. But otherwise, let's go to women and men.
That's all 2/3. We have to. The Lord, the scripture say in Ezekiel that He made our forehead strong against theirs, man. Somebody get on the blue letter. Somebody get Ephesians 5 and 22. Look it up in a blue letter. We speaking the same language as these people, you know. If it's for you, it's for you, you know. But we're not about to try to fit the freaking circle into a square, you know. 5 and 22. It's not going to mess well, man. You know. Where's the scripture say the woman have a voice? Right. I'm still trying to gather, take that in. The Lord, the woman said things. You know? Yeah. The Lord wants you to bend to His will, not the other way around. Now they had certain voices. They had certain things that was done. Well, what happened to Samson? What about the voice of that woman? What about Lot's wife? Job's wife? What about Miriam? She tried to have a voice. Yeah, where was her voice? And guess what? The Lord didn't get in Numbers 12, I think. The Lord didn't get Aaron. God, Miriam. Is that 5 and 22?
Ephesians 5 and 22. Wives, submit yourselves unto your own husband, as unto the Lord.
Right. So the woman is supposed to submit herself to her husband. What the hell is she doing over here? Get that word submit yourselves in a blue letter. See what that says. That's why I wanted you to get it in there.
It says to arrange under, to subordinate, to subject, to put in subjection, to subject oneself, obey, to submit to one's control.
What?
To yield to one's.
There's a woman doing that? Guarantee you she ain't. I guarantee you 99% of women ain't doing that shit.
The only check that these women are getting is injection in their rear.
Yep.
I got you done with that.
No, you got more.
Yeah, that's more. It says to yield to one's admonition, or advice, to obey, be subject.
Subject needs to be brought low. When you go to other translations of that, subject, look that up in the blue letter. I mean, Miriam. Somebody got that. And while you're doing that, the brother can get a scripture. Go ahead.
This is 1 Corinthians 11 and 3. It says, but I will have you know that the head of every man is Mashiach, and the head of the woman is the man, and the head of Mashiach is Yahweh.
Go to 8th verse, since you're there.
Yeah, verse 8, it says, for the man is not of the woman, but the woman of the man. Neither was the man created for the woman, but the woman for the man.
Yeah, so she got cut when she talked about King James. She got cut to the heart. I said, what do you mean, King James? The Bible has nothing really to do with King James.
He was just a translator. He ain't even mentioned in the Bible. What the fuck are you talking about? To see that husband of hers went home, told her some shit, and then she figured, yeah, I'm gonna challenge them niggas. Her husband probably said that. Man.
Yeah.
What you say?
The man made the Bible.
Yeah, man. See, they gonna follow whatever a man say.
And they also think
But she in there coming out the weed shops.
like she's talking about the what is it, servants obey their masters, thinking that it's talking about us with slavery and Esau.
That ain't nothing to do with that. Well, that's why I asked her what is the word slave mean. She couldn't say. It just means servant. We all slaves under Esau. What the fuck are you talking about?
Right.
Guess what? The woman is going to be a servant to us, man.
Right.
You will be a slave, man.
Yeah. And they not you're not supposed to answer back when you getting down on. You know, you're not supposed to answer back.
I don't give a goddamn how many women listening, man. All you women going to be servants under the men of the Lord, man.
No, that's straight up, man. That's straight talk. For real.
That's what it is. I ain't going to be soft. We ain't going to be nice and speak all beautiful. Everybody get mad as long as we cursing out each other as niggas, right? Negroes, it's all right to curse each other out. Black man, you're wicked. But when we say something about the woman, that's when everybody jumps up and spring on the cape and come flying in to go protect the damn woman. That's why she out of order like that, man. A lot of you women are out of order because these wicked ass niggas, man.
The word woman means servant.
That's what word woman means.
I got the definition subject, by the way.
Go on the cape.
It says one that is placed under authority or control, such as vessel, one subject to a monarch and governed by the monarch's law.
Like if that woman came over here, start throwing juice on us, whipping us with swords, and when one of the brothers grabbed it, that big nigga right there, he would fly. His shoes would be still laying on the floor, on the ground. He'd be barefooted because he jumped out his shoes to come save that bitch, man.
And when you go into the word monarch, it goes into like a king. You know, the woman to say king, you know, it's king to you all day. And then don't even treat you like you're a king. Right. You know, a king's supposed to lay down laws, especially if you were the head of the household. Supposed to lay down laws and say what they supposed to be done, especially if you have a child. You know, that father is supposed to be the one that disciplines that child. You know, and all of us are technically building up that king-like mindset. You know, that's why we out here. But the thing of that what you say, slave, which they don't even say slave. Okay, but the word servant can be, you know.
Well, we were supposed to be servants under the white man. Didn't the Most High do it? And when it said that was the slave Bible. When they took the scriptures out of the book and they gave it to us, we were supposed to be, even in that context, we were supposed to obey our masters. Why? Right. Because the Most High, when you read 1 Samuel 2:7, the Most High set them up over us. So we were supposed to, even on the left-hand side, we were set up with our own book to serve them motherfuckers, man. So if you want to say that the case, okay, that was the case. We did.
They can't receive that. For us to go into slavery is a part of us being a god.
Okay, so when the squeegee kid, probably her little son or grandson, dragged the Jake out of the car and beat him up, so he's not supposed to obey the laws?
Right.
These niggas don't obey the white man's laws. How they gonna obey the Most High's laws? Right? So what are you supposed to do? You're not gonna obey the law of the land now? You can do what you want. That's why laws are in place.
That's why these people are so freaking demonic, because not only did they not follow the Lord laws, you're not even following Esau laws, which the Lord set up. These are demonic laws. They allow you to be a demon, and you can't even follow the demon laws.
Yeah, but then his laws not to carjack people.
Yeah.
Some of the laws are right, all right, in this man's society.
Right.
Hey, don't carjack people. Don't run up with nobody and shoot them. Although they promote it in the video games, and then when they do it, it's all of a sudden it's an issue. But you still ain't supposed to carjack nobody.
Right.
So what? Aren't you obeying for us not to go in that store and just take what we want? We are servants under a magistrate. We gotta listen to what they say, or else we get locked the fuck up.
That knowing what wickedness is, when somebody's at a position of power and they're being wicked, when you get to that position of power,
You don't do the same thing that they did because the Lord took them out for being wicked. That's why the being a slave to the master, okay, being a servant unto them, because you understand wickedness now. You know? So, can you finish looking at that word projection here?
Good morning. It says, speak up to. It says, one who lives in the territory of, enjoys the protection of, and owes allegiance to a sovereign power or state, that of which equality, attribute, or relation may be affirmed, or in which it may adhere. So, it says, subtractum is another word. It says,
Under a trap. Go ahead.
Yep. It says the mind, ego, or agent of whatever sort that sustains or assumes the form of God or conscience.
So those are all different definitions. Number one. Go back to the first one.
God. It says one subject to a monarch and governed by the monarch's law.
Right. And that when she brought that out, obey man, that was talking about Israelites. This was our book. But I guess she thought she could come over and teach us something. Right. Like the black woman always thinks she could do. She need to train herself to get her, take that fucking weave off. You know, train yourself not to lay with everybody. Take off them tight end spandex.
Man. I already said it, but where laws decided to be bold. You know, that's what I was going into. And it's dead hair. It's not even yours.
It represents that. All right, the brother here was
This is Titus 2 and 9, right? In reference, you know, to that slaves obeying your masters, right? Because she don't even understand that, right? It's Titus 2 and 9. It says, exhort servants to be obedient unto their own masters, right? And to please them well in all things. It says, not answering again. And when you go into that, right? The masters are the ones who master these scriptures. Don't the scriptures say strive for the masteries? You know? So if you in Kung Fu, right? The dojo master, right? You know, you can't just go to a dojo, think you know every goddamn thing. They're gonna put you on your ass, man. You know, you can't come to this truth and think you know every goddamn thing because you're gonna be making a fool out of yourself. You know?
It's better than you.
When you're in the midst of elders, shouldn't even make many words. You know, now on the flip side, the scriptures say that the elders are supposed to treat the brothers like brothers. You know? But the younger men are supposed to treat the elders like fathers. You know? That's how it's supposed to be. So it's a respect thing that this bro just don't fucking got, man. You know, these niggas out here don't respect nobody, man. No goddamn respect from these niggas out here, man. That's why they don't respect their elders. My generation, you know, I got the tail end of all that, you know, of being raised on respecting your elders and stuff like that, man. These niggas don't know why you even supposed to do that, man. You know, that's why the Lord gotta get rid of these niggas, man. You know,
that's kind of sad when you talk to an elder of the world. He was going up to the clinic, and you know, this elder woman, she was just kind of surprised. Like most people your age don't have that kind of respect.
Yeah, it's true.
I'm thinking, I thought there would be at least a lot. I guess.
No, it's true. It's a shock, and that's bad. That's why we got to get out of here, man.
The scriptures in Proverbs 16:31, right? It says the hoary head, which is a head full of grace, right? There's a crown of glory if it be found in the way of righteousness. You know, if you have somebody that's out there on the streets, they have a whole great head, but then they'll end up being a fool at the end of the day. You know, the scripture says that
can't pour new wine into old bottles. The old bottle, that bottle is gonna burst open, man.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
a lot of these older people, whether it's male or women, we read that scripture in what is it, Titus, the older women, you know, because they seen a day that we haven't seen, you know, where our people were a little bit more in order and that brotherly love was there, you know, 60s, 70s, 50s, you know. After the 70s, our people, after what we were fighting for something, what happened after that? You know? After the 70s, the older people, they were fighting for something. They just gave up the fight, man. You know? That's why I say that if it be found in the way of righteousness. I mean, now the people, you know, 50, 60 years old, you know, that 50 years back, now that was a time that we didn't see things before. Now it's just so freaking crazy. You can't even have a conversation with none of these people out here, man. You know, especially about righteousness. But it says, he that is slow to anger is better than the mighty. A lot of these people out here are quick on their feet to be angry. You know? So it says, I was about to say it, he that rules his spirit than he that takes a city. Okay? So we are in the process of trying to rule our spirit. You know? Especially during these times that we about to come upon, man. Because it's about to get real out here, man. You know? As much as we keep on saying that, it ain't gonna be nothing like experiencing that, man. You know? Time like no other, man. You know?
Yep.
We know where it's coming from.
Yeah.
But shit, man, to actually go through that, man, probably be all type of anxious, man. You know? Be anxious, hoping that the Lord have mercy on you. Yes. You know? Yes. It's cool right now. It's cool right now. I did a video on that. It's cool to be Israelite. It's not talking about that. Right? It's cool. You see the women come up, oh, I like the way they say this about the women. It's not even only about that, man. You know? This is about business. This is deadly serious, man. You know? It says, yeah, he that rules his spirit, then he that takes the city. Can somebody get John 4 and 20? This is John 4 and 22. It says, you worship, you know not what. I'm sorry. It says, you worship, you know not what. We know what we worship. Yeah, we know what we worship. We know what we in this thing for. Okay? We were created to worship Yahweh Shem Shah. We're Israelites. Okay? That's the duty of a man. Okay? If you have to elect, period. If you have to, I don't know if you were going to say something else. If you're a man, period, your duty is to serve the Lord and keep his commandments. We was if we were part of the elect, you know, we were chosen just since the foundations of the earth. So even before the earth was created, you know, our spirits were chosen. Right. Before the foundations of the earth, you know, which is a beautiful, beautiful thing, you know. Go ahead, keep on that. Yeah, it says, for salvation is of the Jews. It says, but the hour cometh, and now is, when the true worshipers shall worship the Father in spirit and in truth. And that's why some people can't really get this, right? Israelites came out of nowhere, right? Before you get that, First Corinthians, I think it's 4:9. The Lord says to the Father, love. First Corinthians 4:9, man. The true worshipers, okay? After all the confusion out here in this world, you know, like she was just saying, all that stuff was confusing. Now the Lord is waking up a spirit. What do we say, man? Women bring distractions. There's always distractions. We're going into certain things, and there's always a woman. And guess what? That's why they can't come up and stand in the congregation. They don't even know what the heck this is about. What her husband told us. These people don't know what this is about. Why these Israelites just come out of nowhere speaking the Bible? Ain't the Bible the white man's book? Ain't this you don't think that that's messed up? Right? That's why that scripture is important that we about to bring out. 1 Corinthians, the 4th chapter and 9th verse.
Yes, got it. This is 1 Corinthians 4 and 9. But I think that Yahweh has set forth us the apostles last.
Right, what the word apostle means set forth. Last, after all this confusion that's out here in this world. Christianity, there's Mormonism, Jehovah Witnesses, freaking Egyptology, okay, Buddhism, you know, atheism, all of that stuff that has been before us coming on the scene. Israelites, go ahead.
As it were appointed to death.
And it was appointed to death. They're not trying to kill those other religions, right? They hate us way more than they hate those other religions. Because we rebuke these women. She probably went and got on the phone with another nigga. You know niggas will come protect their women. You know? Wicked ass niggas, man. You know? But they hate him that rebukes in the gate. That's what the scriptures say. You know? Because we out here speaking about all of this wickedness that the Lord has spoken about. The scriptures in John 7:7, it says, I testify that the works of this world are evil. Okay? This whole world that we live in is evil. Especially at that time, he was talking about Israel. Okay? The world of Israel, because our people was going on. You know? Being hand in hand with Esau and all that stuff, man. You know, we still see that today. Okay? Go ahead.
It says,
Israel was appointed to death, man. So we standing on what the scriptures say. Okay? And people will hate us for that. Scoffers. Okay? Waxing worse and worse. Okay? Worser than what they were before. Even to the point where they might even try to put hands on us and try to persecute us. 2/3 of our people were scoffers. And they put the Lord to death, man. Okay? But guess what? The Lord still stood firm, man. Throughout all the wickedness that people fought. Go ahead.
For we are made a spectacle unto the world, and to angels, and to men. You know, that's what you call doing. Right. It says, we are fools for Yahweh's sake.
Yeah, because the crazy thing is, right? This is called the foolishness of preaching. The Lord don't need us to be out here to do this stuff, man. He can raise up stones, you know, to preach this word, man. You know, the Lord don't need us. But here we are showing that we are faithful, you know, and that the Lord have mercy on us, man. Because the scriptures talk about that being a friend, you know. A friend's supposed to lay down his life, man. The Lord laid down his life, and he exposed a friend will give you the secrets. You know, he gave us the secrets to the kingdom. You know, and we looked at as fools. Because they don't think that this society is gonna come crashing down. You know, this motherfucker is gonna come burning down. Okay? And these Edomites are going into slavery. They think that these people are going to be their inward daughters, that their house is gonna continue forever.
I don't think people can see that so-called white man is more in the slavery. Just like they can't see the truth. They can't see that. But we can. We can see it happen.
It says, for we are fools for Yahweh's sake, but ye are wise in Yahweh. We are weak, but we are strong. Ye are honorable, but we are despised.
Yeah, we are despised. We look at it as niggas. We're worse than niggas. Yeah, to a nigga. We're worse than niggas. Yep. We had niggas come up here and say what makes you better than than the wicked elite. You know, we're looked at as we're below niggas to niggas. Like that's the craziest thing. You know, but we know that the niggas is worse than freaking Esau. They said we worse than Esau. No, y'all worse than Esau, man. Go ahead.
The demons walk past and talking about get that. What do you say? Get that off. Yeah.
The Barabbas.
Yeah, right. The incarnation.
I'm gonna read a couple more for
Yep, it says, even unto this present hour, we both hunger and thirst and are naked.
right. We go through type of hell, man. You know, but we still are blessed at the end of the day to be there. You know, to be thankful. You know, to be grateful, graceful. You know that we have this truth, man.
Yes.
You know, this is really a blessing to be here,
Yes,
man.
it is.
And
Yes,
to remain in this thing, man. Pray that you don't get shifted out.
You know, because what the brother goes into on his videos, you know, this is a hate group, but yet this hate group keeps us out of trouble. That's
It does.
Hey, man.
It does. It saves lives.
We had guys that came up, man, and bugged the hell out. Like started like a trannies and shit, man. You know, started scoffing and shit, man. So it's a lot of bug outs out here, man. This truth can bug you the fuck out, man. For real. But
and we are buffeted,
buffeted,
which means stricken, and have no certain dwelling place, and labor working with our own hands, being reviled.
so you're not gonna be super rich in the truth, man. You're right. You're gonna be a prophet. You're super rich. You gotta get you've been in this thing for a while. You still gotta get your hands dirty, man. You know, still gotta labor in the that's why they say with the old broom compared to a new broom. Right. Old broom will be able to get through all those corners, right, man. You know, that new broom don't know how to get through those corners like that old broom, man. Yeah. You know, to get to the nooks and the crannies, right? You know, that's how it is when you got somebody that's been in this thing for a minute. You know, you've seen a lot of things that you've been experiencing. You know, so that's why a lot of these guys that be scoffing, they be novices, man. Don't even know what this thing is about, man. Young guys, right? Young guys. Even people that's want to be in this thing 15, 16, 17 years, right? Still young. And they still saw that inexperience of being a young man, man. So being a young man that has his perks, you got the strength, man. You know, like the elder always say, when she was, younger and had a. When you start getting older, your body starts breaking down and shit. You know, you start losing other little functions and stuff. It's different, man. But you young freaking niggas don't know shit, man. Y'all just like those fucking squeezy boys, man. Go ahead.
It says, being reviled and revealed, we bless. Being persecuted, we suffer.
And we're not blessing those type of people. You know? Bless the brothers. You know? That's why we say, y'all about to outside because we pray that the Lord actually blesses you. You know, we're gonna go through shit, every one of us. You know? We pray that the Lord keep you. You know, but yeah. Especially during these times, man. Shit is about to get real, man. You know? But
it says, being defamed, we entreat.
With all those rapists and all that shit.
We are made as the filth of the world.
What world? Even as the Israelites. Other groups look at us as the filth. You know? They're looked upon as prideful, great. They're waking up black people. You know, they're bringing in women of 21 years of age. You know, things like that. They're looking at it as great. You can call it Lord whatever you want to call them. Don't worry about the MOTB. The Lord got you covered. You know, we're telling them something contrary to what they teach. So we looked at it as the filth. Stay out of that Creek Millstone camp. They're the worst.
We're not supposed to be gamers. You're not supposed to be in camps, but yet the story of Judges, they in camp. Ooh, I admit that.
The angels in camp.
among brothers. Camp is look up this word. Look up the word congregation. The congregation of Israel, it would say that. Look up the word congregation. You can go to Miriam, that's fine. Okay. Let's see what it says. Let's see if that's where it's at. Stay out of these camps. That's what they say. Well, you could go do your own thing and have a camp if that's what you want to do. It ain't all about camps, but it is about doctrine.
The definition of congregation says an assembly of persons, gathering, especially an assembly of persons met for worship, religious instruction. It says a religious community, such as an organized body of believers in a particular locality.
Is that how they camp? Oh, okay. Okay. So anybody said the Lord not dealing with camps, it's a damn lie.
Body of believers.
That's a congregation. Right? We read most of the story. Joshua, how they encamped and passed through the waters and all that stuff. I mean, come on, man. It's always, what does it say in, I forgot where it said. I think Kings is even in the law where it said, let a man be set up over the congregation of Israel. It's even in that because they said, she said she has a woman have a voice. Why the hell do you need a voice? Shut the hell up. Your only voice should be, what do you need, sire?
That's what feminism. Yes. They're so used to the society's propping them up, you know.
Hey, what voice do you need?
Numbers 27:16.
I think it's number 27. You can read it.
It says, let the Lord, the God of the spirits of all flesh, set a man over the congregation.
A man over the camp. So that's why you have Apostle Tahar on down to the spirit of Yahweh Hashem Yahushua, and the men, the other apostles and elders set up over the congregation. We just read what a congregation is. You know?
We ain't gonna go in the building. The Lord don't dwell in the temple made with hands.
And those, now we can worship in a building, but that's talking about other idol gods, man, of different gods. Like you might be at your house and have worship. Oh, yeah. That's fine. But not like even the TV Jakes is set up over a congregation. On the left hand side. So you can't, and they're camps. All the churches are camps. In fact, if you're a scoffer, you're a camp. Because you in camp with other scoffers doing the same damn thing. I got to get a camp with the scoffers.
I got this one here real quick. Again from Kazakh. It says this is Matthew 18 and verse 20. For where two or three are gathered together in my name, there am I in the midst of them.
Yep. So that's foolish to teach that. That's when you're hurt and you say the hell they didn't accept me in. But you know what? That's because you were doing it for men. You weren't doing it for the Lord. You gotta do it for the Lord. Right on that. We don't close up.
Well, with that, man, Lord willing, this is edified. We want to give all praises, honor, and glory to
Double honors
to the apostles and the elders of Great Millstone, and the sincere Shalom to the Akim out here that's going here pushing this work in truth and in sincerity. Shalom and Muwaf Love Ball.
Shalom, Muwaf Love Ball.